球呢，无比准确，100批的双手发连爱，and down to the live and see Triple G just basically bomb.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is a Free Fire World Series 2024 Southeast Asia. This is the final week of knockout stages where the teams will be hustling to reach the top 12, and 13 to 18 will be KO'd, punched, flying home to their region. I am Neptune, the Jeremy Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ. Will be the voices that you will be hearing all day long.
Absolutely, man. And dude, the final week is finally here. After 5 weeks of grueling battles, we are now in a situation where there's no if, buts, or maybes. You just need to get the job done, right? And of course, for the teams that are pretty comfortable in the top 12, they are still going to be fighting just to try out a few of those tactics that you're going to be executing on the final week, which is the planes as well as the finals itself, right? The point rush is going to be one where we are going to have them have that mad dash for those extra points. But of course, the focus for the next 3 days is only going to be on the bottom 6 here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, bottom 6 is where everything might be jumbled. Some of them might be thrown off, especially with the rotation of the groupings that we have right now. But I am seeing a few teams who can be comfortable enough that they will not be going down unless they really lose it back to back all throughout the 3 days.
Yeah, I kind of have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about. GOW, Dewa United, Heavy, these 3 teams have a huge potential of breaking into the top 12, but that's of course going to be dependent on teams like P Esports, Onyx, and RRQ just not hitting the mark this week. Here's the beauty of things. We know both Heavy as well as GOW are pretty well adept at getting those booyah in the competition. We have thus far seen some moments of brilliance from them. Dewa United, on the other hand, have been pretty up and down. They haven't been getting those booyahs, but they have still managed some decent rounds for themselves. So there's a lot of possibility here, right? But then when you look at teams like Todak, Flash, as well as Homebois, the minimum here is 175 points away from the 12th spot. I think it's a little too much to ask. None of these teams, in fact, no team has picked up a total of 175 points easily within 1 week of play. You only have 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, we might be able to point out a few, but they're already in there in the top, so it's very difficult, especially when you're in there in the bottom half of that, like outside of top 12, to be able to reach that level, especially when everyone is just comfortable. They are doing all their best to maintain that, and as well as you mentioned, they can try all the tactics because they need all that preparation. Yes, this is the last week of the knockout stages, but we're going to go for the point rush and then the finals, and that's where everything is getting excited. But I'm getting too excited because we are still in knockout stage though.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we'll have to wait for next week to see all of those shenanigans. Or actually, we actually got a break before we get into those shenanigans. But for the final week of play here, I mean, they need to try whatever within their tactics to get into that final circle before they start popping off. We've seen the weak point of these teams that are struggling in the bottom 6. It's not like they can't handle their fair share of gunfights out there, right? These are all pros in the world of Free Fire. The only problem is not being able to sustain too many of those battles. Now, teams that have managed to adapt to this sort of a pacing and avoid very heavy early engagements have usually walked away with massive number of eliminations towards the 3 final circles, and of course the booyah as well, right? There are moments where you see, or I have to say you do not see, teams like Buriram United, teams like Reverse Red, teams like Team Falcons and they just appear in those 2 final circles and wrap up all of those eliminations to walk away the lobby leaders.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they calculated that already. Every time that they show up, they'll be able to get all those points. But speaking of showing up, the teams has been showing up, and like within the 3 months that we have in the timeline, and this is the final pink on our calendar right now before we head over to the blue and yellow. And again, this is the last week. I mean, it has been a very, very long journey, not just for us casters, but also for the teams as well. And it builds up even more as they get close to that grand finals. And this is what they are fighting for. The top team will be getting a lion's share of $100,000, and it keeps going down up until 10,000 for the top 12, those going into the grand finals. But for those who will be KO'd, they will be dealing with just 3,000 each from 13 to 18.
Yeah, this is all just solid US dollars. So even as it keeps going down the bracket, down the ladder, it still seems like a hell lot of money, bro. There's just a lot to fight for, and this is how you rake up your points. You've seen it thus far throughout the whole knockout stages. You hit the booyah, you get 12 points. Second place gets you 9 points, 1 point lesser for each and every single consecutive spot, except 11th and 12th that gets you nothing. But of course, you can sandwich, you can bolster yourself with all of those eliminations points. Each and every single elimination earns you 1 point.
Yep, and this is where we will be able to determine if, in case there will be a tiebreaker, number of booyahs will be counted, as well as the total elimination. And last but not least, we have the survival ranks to top it off, just in case of the first two, there's still a tie. But speaking of tie, I just realized, AJ, I mean, I was supposed to wear a necktie right now, because at some point it symbolize I would say, your status. And I thought of a different reason to wear a tie, because it symbolizes equality.
Absolutely.
You know why?
Tell me.
Because it's a tie.
I'm gonna kill you later, man. I was expecting something a little bit more profound than that, but thank you, Neptune, for starting off the day with dad jokes already. Your team list: Groups A, B, and C. Group C will be taking a break today. They will, of course, have Saturday and Sunday to play for. And yes, we do have 3 days of play, but as you guys are very well aware, each and every single day of play will only have 2 groups. Today, it's going to be Group A as well as B. And once again, the highlight's going to be on teams like GOW, Esports, RRQ. Basically, the teams here that are struggling to get it up into the top 12. Team heavy as well as the teams that are trying to not get dropped into the bottom 6.
Yeah, and there's a lot of shuffle that will be happening from the 9 to the 12, because it's very, very close between all teams right here. And hopefully those who are coming from A and B, let's disregard WAG and Onyx Olympus at that point, will be able to gather so much point. They might be able to cross a very, very comfortable spot on that rankings, regardless of whether they rest all throughout or for one day of the week, they will still be in the top 12. And well, there's a lot of hopes that we're looking at right now. Hopefully they've done double, triple the homework, especially as they'll be facing off a lot of hungrier teams this time around.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Team Heavy, the one that's sitting in the 13th spot, 41 points away from the 12th position, behind PE Sports, who also play today in the exact same group as them. They are definitely trying to catch up with teams like Onyx Esports as well as RRQ, the Indonesians that are currently sitting in the 10th spot. So these are all positions that can definitely switch around within the next 3 days of play. So we'll have to keep a hot eye on them. Team Expand, the team that has been a little hot and cold. They started off pretty warm, and then they heated up, and then they just went back to not their cold-blooded ways, but turning cold in terms of like a cadaver. By the time we get into the halfway zone, this team is out. They are huffing and puffing. They just do not have enough adrenaline, but they are, at the end of the day, in the top 12. But all of the adjustments need to be made before we get into the final week of play.
Exactly, and looking at the stats right now for X-Roy, I mean, eliminations 1.4 on an average. This doesn't look like the X-Roy of the past, and hopefully he will be showing up this time a different version of himself, or an older version of himself from when X-Roy was really this layer. But face to face on the team stats would be RRQ Kazu currently on 5.3 on average elimination, and their placement right now is just on the 10th spot of that leaderboard. So it's A and B right now, Expand versus RRQ Kasu coming from Group B, and pretty much on the same level in terms of team stats.
Yeah.
But when we look at the player stats for dudes, it's a little bit higher compared to X-Boy that we saw earlier.
Yeah, if I was Expand, dude, I would be sweating right now, mainly because you do not want to be compared to RRQ. I was just talking about how RRQ is struggling from being at risk of relegation here, and if you are being compared to them in a head-to-head, it means you're pretty close to them in the overall leaderboard. And that is a fact. They are 25 points ahead of RRQ, which means RRQ can very easily catch up. There's been some trash talk from the Malaysians to the Indonesians. Of course, very friendly trash talk. But, the repercussions of all of those teasing might just come to its, conclusion by the end of this week with RRQ leaving Expand in the dust. And if that does happen, there is a potential that the Malaysian champions do not move on into the final week to play at the Point Rush stage, which would be a huge disappointment. So I hope this little fire is enough in the belly of the Malaysians to really boost them up to the top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking forward to really show, or for them to really show up this time around. Because when we look at the teams, and like last week, we were comparing the regions that is coming up from each level of our leaders, of our standings. And though Thailand region is in there on the top, the middle part being taken by the Indonesian region, and then Vietnam is just playing around with the Malaysians under or below the top 12. So, and looking at it, it's only one of the three Malaysian team, which is Expand, who is hanging in there. Now, it would be very unfortunate if they don't show up this time, and they will be pushed very, very close to the 12th spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, let's take a look at our top 3 used characters as well. I do have a sneaking suspicion that it has changed ever since the meta update, but these guys have been pretty much abused from the very start, right? The meta update didn't really affect these 3 characters all that too much. The passive characters, Awaken Andrew, everybody's going to be running him for the extra bit of the defense. Nairi with the Ice Iron, as well as the capability to top your HP up. And Susie, well, she I gotta mind my words on broadcast. She definitely makes you a little bit more richer. I was about to use a totally different term with the kids show.
Yeah, I mean, Susie right now really showing up with all those cash, all those coins every time, and it's very, very useful, especially with the pocket shop that everyone's using right now. I mean, we get surprised, like from the earlier days of the knockout stage, we get surprised every time one goes down or one gets back from the revive, but that is because of the pocket shop. But no one gets surprised, especially if you have these pets on your on the battlefield right now, especially when you have the Arven. We've seen it used very, very early into the match to find a good place of rotation, or probably just to get some information for the opponents.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So a lot of teams are looking to be super aggressive with the current meta. So having R1 scan out the location right beside yours gives you enough information on whether or not you want to quickly pick up your loot and ambush them, or try to stay away from them and pull a long rotation in looking for that second circle. But obviously, you guys will see exactly what we are talking about in perfect display in action shortly. 5 maps: Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, played in that exact drop down, as well as the random map. One of these 5 maps will be played again. We don't know exactly where. We'll bring out the randomizer to determine that when we move on into game number 6.
And that's where the curveball will be happening, especially on the last day. And then when you're expecting a different map overall to take the advantage, and it gets into a different, like a map that the teams that you are chasing, well, is already pretty much very good at. But speaking of very good at, like, we are seeing the top 3 teams in this map of Bermuda, and well, the way I'm looking at it, it's just a reverse red right now versus those coming from Group C, and the ones who follow, surprisingly, in Bermuda is Team Expand.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Expand, a team that has picked up a lot of stats thus far at Bermuda, but not any booyahs just yet. This team is still struggling in the overall grand scheme of things. After 60 games played, Expand only has 2 booyah celebrations, and I think I want to see a few more this week from them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really need it. They really want to show everyone that Expand is not yet down and out yet. But again, top 12 is the target for all the teams right now. Pretty much like there's not so much of pressure for coming from the teams who are in here, especially in the top half. But there's a lot of fire, a lot of hunger right now coming from those who's just on the edge, just a few fingers away, just a few inches away to be able to step in onto the grand final spot.
Yeah, I think one very simple way to put the current perspective of the overall leaderboard, Neptune, is the fact that the gap between Expand, who's in the 8th spot, and Indostars, who are in 7th, is a total of 104 points. But below Expand, the range between teams are around 12, 13, at max about 30 points. But overall, you're looking at a potential, PE Sports overtaking Expand with just one solid day of play. If PE Sports is on a stellar day today, picking up 80, 90 points, and Expand watches today's play, which they have unfortunately done a couple of times in the knockout stage thus far, we could see Expand at risk of relegation by the time we go into their second day of play this week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is a reason why we keep mentioning Expand because first off, like out of the Malaysian teams, there's one in there who is on the top 12, but they are not showing everything from week 1 up until this week. So there is really a huge risk, as AJ mentioned right here. PE Sports, if they really show up, and it has been showing, like the evolution of PE Sports overall, even if they were kicked in there in the top 12, like in exactly in the 12th spot, we know for sure that they can do it.
Absolutely, man. I mean, we've seen PE Sports do it quite a number of times already. Probably not rip away so many booyahs. They're not a booyah perspective squad, but they have been able to see the final circle a little bit more than Expand. Expand just has these explosive games which they used to climb up. PE Sports just a little bit more consistent than that, right? But overall, PE Sports have also had their downtimes. The only difference between Expand as well as PE Sports, it's been a little bit more of a consistent rise for PE Sports in the recent past couple of weeks. Expand, on the other hand, I don't know, something huge has changed within the squad. I don't want to just leave that up to Zuez and Cobra leaving the rotation of players, and then as of course having players like Vice in there as well. But because that was the team that came in on an explosive start when we came back from our holiday, right? But that was just a one-time thing.
Yeah, one time. Let's see if that can be done or probably doubled by Team Expand and the other teams. But we are now flying in onto our first map for today. None other than Bermuda, the green grass of home for Garena Free Fire.
Let's head on in, baby. This is the final week of the knockout stages. After this, the competition just gets a tad bit more spicier as we will relegate the bottom 6 and we will continue to move on in the tournament with the top 12 teams. As the flight path takes its cut through Bermuda, you can see that every single compound is going to be open here for play. And the most important teams that are going to be in our crosshairs very early are going to be like teams like Heavy, who are constantly the target of the Indonesians.
Oh, yeah. Let's see where Heavy will be landing. Will they be a bait or will they be the hunter this time around? As you can see, in the middle of the map, a lot of teams has already jumped in. We've seen RRQ Kazu. We have Heavy. We have GOW. It will be total chaos, especially once they grab all the loot.
And PE Sports going to try to take an early skirmish against the players who call Clock Tower as their home. The one and only Expand that we've been talking extensively about. We'll catch up with them in a little bit as Team Falcons manages to take one very early point in the game as they have Heavy all cordoned off within the middle of peak. Team RRQ on the opposite side, so Heavy cannot make a quick run for it. Homebois just waiting, eagle eyes watching from afar, all of this chaos breaking down. They might think of third-partying the situation, but they have no idea they're going to be the 4th team in there if they get in at the wrong time.
Oh yeah, I mean that will be a party indeed if they join this. What's happening right now? But Heavy right now, Cougar is just in there ready to pounce and pounce. He did a 2v1 situation. Hands managed to go in for a takedown, and the backup is here for Heavy. But as you can see, Homebois is also being introduced into the fray, and Jonah is just bringing back and getting some of those resources and some of the teammates as they battle RRQ on the corner.
Oh my goodness, Heavy's getting smashed. Homebois moving on in, but now Heavy's gonna leave Homebois right in the hands of RRQ. These guys are just continuously picking up the pace. Homebois 5 eliminations already. This Malaysian squad waking up in the competition very, very late. I just wish we had started off the knockout stages with this version of the Homebois. RRQ making a quick exit. They do have the revival. Those players are not going to be dropping back in peak. Everybody backs away. God of Wolf now approaches peak. They want a slice of this action.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a little bit of shadow of Indo Stars as well. And a lot of action will be happening in a bit. 18 Deer has been spotted. Oh no, has spotted the Homebois. Tag them up a little bit. Legaloth though goes down. And here comes 18 Deer for a surprise. Trying to take advantage. But only Butterfly goes down. The pickup can be done. Alif right now onto the side. Trying to go and get away. And trying to get an angle against 18 Deer.
Oh, Butterfly just got revived. And that is the insurance policy for Homebois. Butterfly's going to flutter away, far away from peak. There's no way in hell he drops right back here. If he does, I'll slap myself and call myself Sally. This is no way in hell Homeboy's gonna take that risk. And GOW, of course, gonna be cleaning up shop because they're the only ones with 4 players in here. Alif's caught in a tight little spot already. GOW encircling the whole compound, and Indostars might just fall prey here. Iza does get dropped, but Alif just doesn't have enough HP to get the job finished off. Dian brings that revival back through, and Alif still with his quick feet, surviving long enough for the rest of his team members to get away. And Indostars will be the distraction. Nobody's going to go hunting for Homebois.
And there you go. GOW has finished off or knocked down one of the players from Indo Stars right now. And the gunshots, the gunfire will die down for a moment. But there you have it. We have 10 eliminations from the Homebois. And this is one thing that I really see from a team, especially for those at the bottom of our standings. Most of the time, for the final chance, that's where they pop off, because that's where, like, they don't really care. All they have to do is enjoy, have fun, show what they have, and hopefully that would be the mindset from the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, and this is a clear indication that they probably need better coaching, because these are boys who have really good talent, right? And when nothing else is within their hearts to make them doubt themselves, they can go out there, they can have some good fun, they can really perform. Perhaps if that motivation had kicked in a little bit earlier, perhaps if someone had guided them a little bit more with conviction, we might have seen Homebois popping off in this manner from the very start of the knockout stages, which would have been a very different version of this story, right, in terms of Malaysian dominance, because Expand has really been showing everybody out there. But even with them now suddenly faltering, we could have had a situation where Homebois had overtaken them if only they had a better start.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that continues right now. Luffy, though, falls down from the hands of Team Flash, a volley. And let's see if they'll be able to go in for the rush. Here comes Yan Bin from the side, and there goes the hit. And Faiz goes down from the hands of Yan Bin. He's being stolen from his teammates. But from the outside of the blue, we are seeing Indo Stars, or half of Indo Stars, trying to get in. And here comes a few of the players. Alif comes back, and hopefully he will be able to survive this. But I think Liam has already spotted him and might be able to bring him down.
Ooh, the grenade just clipping his back. Alif has got a medkit to work with. Liam sends yet another. And 110 HP taken away. Alif doesn't have those grenades anymore, but I mean, this is the time to go in for that rush. Liam chooses to patch himself up. Alif has that full HP right back on his side, and there's just no way Alif gets out of this sticky situation. Homebois out in 11th. Once again, a massive collection of points through eliminations, and then an early exit as well that has been plaguing Homebois from the very start.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like what we keep seeing from Expand from the early days of the knockout stages. But again, there's still a lot of hope from them, and hopefully that, like, in the next tournament that we see Homebois and like we can see more of that fire, more of that aggressiveness. But speaking of fire, I think with the team of Expand, they're now being burned right now by Team Falcons.
Yep, Kent's down and out of the equation already. Team Falcons, a team that has fallen prey to Expand quite a number of times in the knockout stages. You know, if you put a 4v4 between these two teams, it could be a 50-50, but through consistency of, you know, the fire within their hearts, through the consistency of finding the final circle, you really got to give it to Team Falcons. You know, if it wasn't for Buriram, they would be the most dominant team in the competition, hands down.
Oh yeah, I mean it just shows they have maintained their second spot, and all throughout the previous weeks that we have after the rest that we had a knockout stage, and like they are trying to find the consistencies that they have from the early days as well of this competition. But as you can see, Stalwart Esports right now, I mean, we are seeing a little bit of a fall from them because Stalwart Esports, there is so much of potential, especially from Do, but they have been cut in their approach most of the time because they are just like they are not showing that much in this tournament.
I mean, sometimes people try to show a lot and then they get snuffed out very quickly, like the flame on a candle in a very low breezy day. So I guess they want to keep that flame going for a little bit longer by staying silent as much as possible. Just like how Baros is trying to stay silent here. Tosses out a nice grenade. The Poppy shows up from the title corner of the glue wall and pops Bards. One more down for Stalwart, but the recovery is not going to be impossible for the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they'll be able to recover this much in the battlefield right now. Though, so far, I mean, all the gunshot, all the fire, all the engagement has died down right now. And I guess with the 10 teams, all they have to do is wait for the 4th as well as the 5th because they have plenty of time and plenty of space to work with. But in those stars, not waiting at all, RQ Kazu will be their target. And once again, Legolas goes down. But as you can see, reverse red diamond trying to go in on a 1v2. But we have his backed up onto the sides right now, who is also going in through that portal go.
Let's see if or not reverse red gets Butterful out of this equation here because they've already found a good defensive spot and they barricade all of the windows with their glue walls before making that full escape. Now all they need to do is just check for this tight little corner. The portal go used as well for GOW to put some solid distance. And now they just want to see if or not anybody appears from the opposite side of the portal go. Reverse red not falling for that. Isa unfortunately gets caught, tagged from the tight little corner on that flank. And reverse red gonna be cleaning up a house here with that long range on the setup. Diamond CQC with the Trogon as well. But D Kwang has managed to put quite a bit of distance, pulling them away towards the right-hand side. And we do have a survivor walking away towards the left as well. God of Wolf needs to depend on this decoy to continue surviving.
I love the distraction they're doing right now. At least one will be able to survive, manage to get away. And even the one who was a decoy is still not being found. But finally, there goes the takedown. Expose was able to hit him outside of the blue. But Team Flash right now changes the scene as they're the top the elimination leader right now with 7, but still hasn't beaten the 11 points that Homebois had earlier.
Yanbin with the elimination onto Sci-Fi as well. Stalwart not having a great day, and Team Flash of all teams bullying them to a corner. The Vietnamese squad hasn't really had many great days in the knockout stage thus far. So hopefully they have as much fun as possible within the next 2 days of play. Indostars having a full team revival as well. As we continue this action, Team Falcons coming across B Esports LBT with a great position on the roof, but not the best of guns to be holding. He does have the Woodpecker as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, LBT, like even close range engagement on final circles, we've seen him perform. Let's see if they'll be able to do it this time around, backing away into the other compound, and they might be able to spot out Team Falcons, especially for those hanging out. But there goes the introduction of Team Falcons from a few of the side. But they need to run, though, because the blue will be chasing them, and it might give them an opening for PE Sports, but they can also be shut down by the teams already on the other side.
Ooh, they wasted quite a bit of time, and now the circle's going to leave them high and dry as they get tagged up by the circle. Not only do they have to get into the safe zone quickly whilst using up a couple of their medkits, they also have to avoid each other because open grounds on this map, especially with where the circle's dragging them, this is just not a conducive environment to be traveling out in the open. Shins, I mean, this one just doesn't stop between Stalwart and Flash. They've once again tickled each other. And Reverse Red hearing all of these gunshots going towards the edge of their own safe zone to see if they can throw some shots towards them as well.
And Expand right now is also going in for the rush, taking advantage of those knockdowns. But Faiz has fallen down. Let's see if they will manage to survive this time. Faiz has been eliminated, but Crime will be taking a steal on those hits. And there goes elimination right now. And GOW has been taken out of the picture, but Team Falcons is still alive and kicking. Here comes Cooker trying to get away and almost taken down, finally being brought down to his knees by Crime with that shotgun.
Yeah, once again, Expand punishing Team Falcons here, catching them as the circle continues to put pressure on them. Faiz MKS comes back on the revival to give the team an extra layer of oppressive action here out in the open, but Faiz gets once again dropped on the ground without any of those helmets on him, leaving Crime to pick up the pieces. Can he survive in a 1v2, a sliver of health? The answer is no. Somebody has a horizon line on them to pick themselves up, but unfortunately just not enough time as Expand is snuffed out in 8.
Team Falcons really have to thank St. Peter in that battle. He was able to go in for the clutch and manage to bring down a few players from Expand. And also will be able or might be able to bring back all those teammates, and since they're safe in a good distance against the opponents who are fighting on this bridge, they might be able to recover and pick up all those resources. PE Sports, we were talking about them earlier. Let's see if they will be showing up this time with all the aggressiveness. Team Flash will be the target. Poppy right now is trapped and trying to heal up, but with all those being thrown at him, will he survive?
Whoa, PE Sports, 6 eliminations, and Flash is just not going to have an easy one against them. They just gatekeeping everybody here, but the circle catches up with PE Sports as well, putting them now in a little bit of a predicament. Team Falcons closing in from the left-hand side. This is gonna be an impossible task to get into the circle if this continues. Reverse Red shutting down one after the other players from EVOS Divine. G'day, the final player. Can the captain pick Abex right back up? He needs to focus on his own HP as well, as Diamond tops his own health right back up with the Trogon in hand. G'day really needs to fight for his life.
Inhaler being used to top up a little bit more, and let's see, it's a 1v1. G'day goes down! And that is so unfortunate for them. Also, we are seeing a few more in the battle. Cougar is on fire, is still right here, but PE Sports, 4-man strong. Oh, I spoke too soon. Don't Cry has been taken down, but they have 9 eliminations already and a good chance to go into battle against RRQ Kazu.
But still, this was the performance that we were talking about. PE Sports, a team that's very capable of overtaking even Expand if their steady climb towards the top continues, and Expand's downfall goes ahead to continue as well. This is going to be a risky situation to be holding, though. PE Sports just doesn't have much of a choice. They can't step out of their defenses because of what Falcons as well as Reverse Red are trying to do outside the circle here. But a good switch of position. RRQ now putting pressure on Team Falcons, and PE Sports with the portal goal says hasta la vista to everyone to get into the middle of the circle.
They get into the middle. They will be able to gatekeep. Now, this is revenge for PE Sports against RRQ Kazu. There goes the Melter, and Razor is trying to go with the flag, but Diamond also managed to go in with that rotation. And let's see if he can survive this. Information has been relayed. Diamond will be broken and cut, and we are now up with 3 teams remaining.
Yeah, smart play by PE Sports here, running straight towards Diamond as he was taking shots at them from the back, and that guy just immediately got scared, backed away. PE Sports continues to survive. Very smart play and decision making there. Now RRQ can decide, do they want to tickle the Falcons, or do they want to go head to head with PE Sports? Either way, massive round for the Indonesians as well as the Vietnamese squad. Falcons, on the other hand, just always trying to make sure they at least take the second spot for themselves.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Maybe there's a chance that they will be grabbing that Booyah, but LBT rushed in a little bit too early. Half health right now and trying to top up. But onto the side of RQ Kazu, they have broken the split that they've done. They are regrouping right now and focusing on PE Sports. Let's see if they'll be successful enough. And on the other side, Team Falcon is also dealing some damage on PE Sports.
Yeah, PE Sports never taken a Booyah on this map before. RRQ at least has one in hand. Falcon already has at least one in hand. Perhaps now it's the time for PE. Falcon down to 2-man only. RRQ, who do they choose to tackle first? It's gonna be Falcons pressured by the circle first. RRQ pressured as well. PE Sports, one wrong move and they miss their chance at this Booyah nap.
Yeah, they are just in a standstill. It is a standoff right now. Three-way Mexican standoff, as we can see. And all they had to do is wait for the blue to close in and find the rotation, whether left or right, because either way, they will be finding an opponent. Now, PE Sports being pressured by both teams. Overall, they have the lower ground, but that's a little bit too close onto Team Falcons. That might be initiating the fight between them, and then PE Sports might be able to take advantage.
Yeah, good inch by inch. PE Sports just finding the circle. LBT not moving just yet, just waiting for the very final moment. PE Sports forced into a gunfight with Falcons trying to back away, and RRQ catches them from the opposite side. Dutz tanking a little bit of damage from the circle as well. Narrow versus Dutz. Dutz with the strongest shotgun in hand. Narrow with the SMG, and the sprays from inside. Here goes LBT, and with the M1887 drops Razor as well. LBT with a masterful place. Here comes Cougar. 1v1. LBT goes down. Dutz trying his best to survive for RRQ. Mal on his feet as well. And it's now between RRQ and Falcon, and the Indonesians walk away with their second Booyah at Bermuda.
RRQ Kazu, they showed up in there with all the engagement. They matched up their pace together with Team Falcons and PE Sports, but they remain on top. That was a 2v1 situation and not a easy task to win, but they managed to survive despite of being taken by two teams. We have Maal, Razor, Legaloth, Abai High, and Dutz right now. And Dutz, the guy who was featured before the start of the match, showed up with that final elimination.
Absolutely, man. Now, both of these teams are below Expand. RRQ is 25 points behind Expand. We need to see exactly how this changes on the overall leaderboard. PE Sports, of course, much further away from Expand, but Expand faltered a little bit too early, and PE just nearly walked away with the Booyah on their own here. And this is a very bad sign if you're the Malaysian squad. You need to catch up, because the other teams that do have this fire burning in the pit of their tummies, they are bringing it out, man. They are putting in the hustle and they're finding that final circle. Everything is going their way at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like they envision that they will be grabbing a few more points compared to the previous week, and it is paying off. Team Falcons, on the other hand, I mean, they have been in, they started off that final three-way battle with 3 members, but unfortunately for them, they've tried to poke the bear as well as the hornet's nest on both sides, and that's where they lost one of their players. Surprisingly though, they just matched the pace of RQ Kazu, and they ended up second.
I mean, this is just a beautiful final circle for us to open up the final week on, because of how tactical that Booyah was, right? I mean, PE Sports, just inching in, avoiding that circle, making sure they don't get tagged up by either RRQ or Team Falcons. And Team Falcons, from almost getting wiped out by Expand, even having to deal with the extra returning player of Fires on that revive, still managed to battle their way away from that heat and then run away from the circle, avoid PE Sports and Flash, deal with Reverse Red, who were trying to gatekeep them, and survive through all of that craziness, and almost walk away with the Booyah is nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, I love the movement of LBT as well. I mean, he was able to Tatsugi himself all and crisscross, like cross over all those blue walls, manage to step in and out of that blue, goes in for the takedown, but unfortunate for them, there's just a lot of opponents just gunning them down. Thus, he goes down, and the rest of the teams has been eliminated in third. But what a final circle indeed for the first day of the final week in this knockout stages.
I like how it's not just like super top heavy with just one team dominating all of the eliminations. You've got a really good fair fight amongst everyone. But of course, we now have to take this camera, throw it over to the Indonesian desk, because we want to hear exactly what the boys have to say about their phenomenal booyah.
Booyah for RRQ Kazu! Woo! Congratulations for you! Wow, kudos. And right now, I'm with Dudes, one of the player in RRQ Kazu. For information, Dudes, Predator in local league, sorry, and you have to ready to answer in my question, right? So first of all, what's the most difficult map for you in FFWS SEA 2024 Spring so far?
Sejauh ini map apa yang paling sulit buat kamu di FFWS SEA 2024 ini?
Yang paling sulit Kalahari sih. Mungkin lebih ke dijepit tim Thailand aja.
Kalahari is the most difficult map for us because Thailand teams like get us smushed all the time.
Okay, but RRQ is a strong team. I'm sure this. And next question, how do you adapt with a new roster like a Maal?
Gimana cara kamu beradaptasi dengan roster baru kayak dengan adanya Maal?
Gak ada sih, dia orangnya lucu jadi gampang adaptasinya.
No specific thing because Maal is funny, so it's easy for us.
Okay, it's funny. Next question, what about strategy? What was changed?
Kalau dari segi strategi, apa yang berubah?
Nggak ada, kita lebih maksimalin sisa game kita aja.
There's no really change in strategy. We're just like getting our strategy to the max.
Okay, one more questions about anything you want to say to your fans?
Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak ke fans kalian?
Ya thank you lah udah dukung kita sampai akhir week ini. Kita struggle di pertengahan week dan kita perbaiki di akhir week sampai grand final.
Thank you for keep supporting RRQ. We were struggling in midweek, but we will keep doing better until the very last week.
Okay, good luck for your team and you, and thank you so much for your team. So, are you ready for the next round? Okay, we ready for the next round? So, please, Caster, take it away.
And there we have it. We just heard from RRQ, and I really love every time that we hear a player talk, especially a confident player talk on what they're like, what is the most difficult map that they have, and also some of the teams that they have to talk to about their teammates. And that's not, I mean, for most of the teams being interviewed, they really don't spoil so much of that information. But for this, I mean, they just are that confident that they will be able to succeed despite of them knowing all those stuff. But those right now, our MVP, the featured guy, the bomber of this team, 7 eliminations with 3,142 on the damage, 8 on the headshots, and 9 on the knockdowns.
Wow, massive stats here for Duds. And yes, he is the local eliminator within, he's the local predator, I have to say, within their local league. And he's trying to bring some of the predatory senses out here on the SEA level as well, to make sure his team does not get relegated, to make sure his team catches up with Expand. And I believe they are now below 10 points in order to replace Expand on the overall leaderboard. So massive hustle here by Team RRQ. If they can pull this off one more game, without waiting for Kalahari, the map that they definitely favor, if they can pull this off within Purgatory in itself, RRQ is going to have a massive boost in confidence for the rest of the week.
Oh yeah, not only that, they will be boosting up, especially in how they are showing up with so much point because they're very, very close, and a team above them, which is Expand. And we were talking about that that face-to-face that was shown earlier, and I guess really that was a face-to-face after that Bermuda. That's taking lead on elimination, and our today's leader, 7 elimination for together with Diamond of Reverse Red with 5, On Fire from Falcons, and Peter with 5 eliminations as well. Don't Cry though from PE Sports also showing up with 5 elimination, but still for the Team Falcons, their MVP at that point is Peter because he managed to save his teammates so many times before that final circle shows up.
Here are your key players as well. Narrow with the 5 grenades used, but surprising that he did not get the highlight for the elimination by the grenades. So that's a little unfortunate. On Fire, on the other hand, just popping up, just making those glue walls. For sure, he had maxed out his glue maker there, able to provide the team with a lot of extra defensive setups on the battlefield. The Trogon will take the spotlight this time around with 18 eliminations in total, and the Superstar Woodpecker in the second place with a total of 14, and the M1887 with a total of 10 eliminations in the third spot.
Yeah, we've seen that being used, and couldn't point out even more for those in a close range encounter. If I'm not mistaken, that was what LBT was taken earlier. But let's head over to game standing. We have RRQ Kazu still on the top spot, though, despite of them being close against a Team Falcons. It's just 1 point between them, and Falcons will be on second with Reverse Red, surprisingly. With the number of eliminations that they've done, they took over the spot against PE Sports, who's currently number 5, who's a little short against Reverse Red as well as Team Flash in terms of elimination.
I mean, great effort by Reverse Red here. Massive number of eliminations in the overall grand scheme of things with how, unfortunate they were in terms of getting into sparring sessions with their opponents. So we're still waiting to see a little bit of a bump in improvement here for Reverse Red. But, in the grand scheme of things, it's not really going to concern them because they are in the top 12. There's no way they're going to get relegated, and we don't actually have a specific prize pool here for the top 12.
Yep, and well, speaking of top 12, as you can see, an 8 and 9 Expand right now against RRQ Kazu. Very, very close, and this is a tough spot right now for Expand. I mean, as much as they want, they really don't need a 1 spot or going down 1 spot. As much as they need to move up, it is not showing up right here, especially from that first map, and RQ Kazu just showed otherwise and grabbing that first Booyah in Bermuda.
Expand has 5 more maps to wake up before they get shut down. For a fact RRQ is showing that they are more hungry, the potential of being overtaken by the Indonesians just purely through the recent performance and statistics that RRQ and PE has been pulling off. Gives us the confidence that that can be done. Expand has been throwing up a lot of question marks in the air, so this is definitely going to be a storyline we continue looking out for as we continue in the day. Looking at the best teams to watch out for on this map, Buriram United Esports, Attack All Around, as well as Team Falcons. Unfortunately, we won't see 2 of these teams play because the top 2 teams are from Group C, so we'll have to focus on Falcons, Reverse Red, as well as EVOS Divine as our top 3 teams here.
Top 3 teams in with the teams that mentioned by AJ, but unfortunately for them, they haven't grabbed any Booyah yet in Purgatory. It just so happened that they have a lot of consistency in placement as well as a lot of elimination. So I don't know. This might be the day that they will be grabbing that Booyah, but there's still a threat of Stalwart Esports, who is in here, GOW as well, and in those stars, as well as PE Sports. So I guess this is just a Group B and a team that needs to be taken by Falcons, Reverse Red, and EVOS Divine.
Yeah, I mean, you could also put it this way, right? Falcon, Reverse Red, EVOS Divine, very consistent in terms of finding that final circle as well as eliminations. But Stalwart, GOW, PE Sports, just so much more proficient at finding the Booyah on Purgatory. But Booyahs do not guarantee you that number 1 spot. And I think a lot of teams are well aware of that. Let's see if or not, of course, they can still get their name at the top, or it's going to be a repeat by one of these teams who are not the top 3, but just are familiar of sneaking away that 12 points.
Yeah, speaking of sneaking away, we have a few teams that already snuck away from the flight and just keeping their distance. But I love the position is being taken by your first red right now. I mean, Diamond a little bit up close in there in the middle. Good chance for information gameplay. A little bit too close though from a Bard of like coming from Stalwart Esports. So that might be a 1v1 that might be happening. But that is still a good spot for them because Mode House has no contention. They have a revive area that they can use and they can just bring him back, but there's no bringing back just yet for the team of Indo Stars. Liam has been eliminated, Raz has been taken down, and so much trouble, especially when they're faced against the Falcons.
It is a very rough start here for Indo Stars, and it looks like the exact same luck is running on the side of EVOS Divine as well. They'll have to wait and see. If not, there's quick revival here can keep them clear from more pressure out there. Aim God, 400 coins in hand. It's tagged up. And it looks like a 2v1 situation for Aim God is something that he cannot avoid. But a beautiful spray on Aleph. And he does not get the elimination just yet. And uses that knock as a perfect opening to run away. Smart idea.
Exactly. I mean, the moment that you have a one knockdown, I don't think Homebois will be, or Butterfly will be leaving him. And there goes the takedown. Now, I guess that is quite a revenge right now. No eliminations happening, though, against Homeboy, or on to Homebois just read. But speaking of elimination, Liam has been taken out early and now is being gunned down, being chased by Cosq. Here comes a shot, missed, but managed to fire back.
And Team Falcons already with 4 eliminations in hand. These guys are having a lot of fun. And Coach Chill is going to bow down and out of this particular one, but not before at least getting a couple of bullets, at least in the chest of his opponent's face. Unfortunately, no eliminations for him. Homeboy's going to be tortured. And they have managed to find Vice MKS a little bit astray from the rest of his team members. And they'll happily take 1 point off of them.
Yeah, I mean, that really shows. And I'm not quite sure if that was just a bit of surprise right there, because that could have been a shot already being done, but he needs to back off. But it's a good thing that FiZe MKS didn't really hear them coming in from behind and was able to go in for a literal backstab. But Heavy with 4 eliminations, not being Heavy this time around. They're not being they might have been hunted, but they were able to fire back. Now they can survive and hopefully get a few more points.
Every time I see Heavy in an early fight, I just get so nervous for them, man. How many times have we seen them just take that early exit? Massive points. I mean, 9 eliminations, 10 eliminations, and goodbye.
Yeah.
Heavy out in 10th spot. That's just not going to fare well for my liking. If you on the side of Heavy, you're definitely not going to be too happy about that as well. Heavy 43 points away from Onyx Olympus, who are in Group C, who are not even playing today. So they must make good headway here when they can.
Yeah, I mean, earlier, the Bermuda map, really, they couldn't do anything. This time around, was able to fight back. The only problem is a lot of teams will be targeting them. Again, the play of this week will depend on, or will be dependent on who is on the top 12, who's hanging on the balance right now. So that is a huge task for the teams who really need to maintain their scores as well as grab more scores if in case they're below the 12.
Shin just using Mother Nature as backup here. Do you still manages to hit him with 1 bullet? Ow. Ow. It's okay. He didn't get the knock, so you're not going to fuss over that one. RRQ, on the other hand, I think Duds is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
This is shopping for weaponry right now. Duds will be rushed by 2 players, and here we go. Rip right now was able to go in for the hit, and even Isa from above. We didn't see. We thought they were behind those compounds, those houses, but has already got in onto the spot as well as on the shot. Dots has been revived though, but loses all those equipments.
My goodness me. He took long enough to loot up all of that. And then, how unfortunate. You gotta hate it, man. When you play VR, you just completed looting everything and then you get eliminated. It's the worst thing that could happen, bro.
I mean, I guess he will be shouted out, hopefully a little bit lightly by the teammates. Not only has he wasted his own resources, but also the free fire coins of the entire team. But Xpan right now, no wasting any time. G'day being chased at by 2 players of Xpan. Kenz is able to go in for a rush, but Crime MKS, the one who grabs the point. Now, 1 point for this team, though. No one on their side yet, but they hug that revival platform just in case one of them falls down. But they need to move because the blue will be closing in.
And the blue closes in. Is it going to be enough to pressure all of the reds we see on the screen? Reverse red as well as Stalwart in Brasilia. And it looks like Diamond spotted out a little prey. Looks like a little deer. He just gets tagged up instantaneously, but we're going to catch up with that shenanigan in a bit. Diamond is just running at the wall. He's like, let me at him. Let me at him. You cannot win that out in that way. And Barros from afar takes advantage of the lag and drops the guy instantaneously. Unfortunate for them. And now a skirmish between Stalwart and Reverse Red officially kicking off. But look at Team Flash. Slowly but surely, attacking from the back. They smell out Reverse Red. And it looks like one player is just getting a little too crazy. And Shin pays for that craziness by getting eliminated.
Oh, I mean, that's a little bit too tough for them. They had a good element of surprise right now, but Yan Bingin will be receiving a few more of those damage. So hopefully they can back out and then just leave them be for a moment until the firefight dies down between the other teams and Reverse Red. But Reverse Red has spotted them already, grabbed that elimination. Even the revive has shown them in this area, and they will be hunted right now. But speaking of hunt, we are seeing Evo's Divine going for the hunt against Luffy, and let's see if he can get away.
I mean, all of the players have already been revived at least once here, Homebois. Not a great start for them. Luffy, a sliver of health, and that sliver taken away as well. Evo's Divine happily throwing those bullets at Homebois. And they'll take whatever points they can get early game. Should be 3 points in total for them. Oh, no, just the 2 for now. And Homeboy is scrambling out in the open. Alif just really doesn't know exactly where he can go.
Yeah, I mean, nowhere to go, especially as the path towards the safe zone is being covered by the opposing team. In those stars, though, they were in trouble earlier. 18 Deer has been revived right now, and they're just keeping their distance. Though they are in the open right now, a little bit too risky, but the distance that they have can be a surprise that they can utilize later on. GOW, no surprises there. They have 6 eliminations already, and they're trying to grab a little bit more, though they are not that near on top 12. But I guess little by little they be able to catch up.
Absolutely, man. GOW 6 eliminations already is pretty impressive. But like you said, nobody out here can get very careless with their approach because quite a number of teams alive. In fact, every single team is still alive. No squad eliminations just yet. And things are about to get a little bit spicy, bro.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're already in the second phase, heading into the third. And earlier, we have 10 teams in that exact situation. And 3 or 4 is already battling it out. But right now, we're dealing with Purgatory, which is a huge map. So there's still plenty of time. There's still plenty of space right now to play with. But for how long? That is the question. Because we have the waters in there. And hopefully, they will not be caught into exit, and especially when they need to cross the rivers. Now, Luffy, the one being hunted earlier, managed to get back, fires against Nero, and there goes the takedown.
Oh, fantastic shot, but not converted into an elimination just yet. Luffy looking to take a 2 for 2. And the AWM's not going to be penetrating those glue walls just yet. The pickup's been completed already. Now Luffy missing out on that 1 point. Spots LBT on the right-hand side. Now Luffy, from being the hunter to the hunted. Can he continue to place pressure on them? Oh, clips another headshot. But there's a player running straight at him. Oh my god, what a jump shot, Luffy! It's the charge buster, but still, that's still just a knock. And no elimination for Luffy just yet. Dude did so much and yet did nothing.
I believe that. I mean, I couldn't count out what he did, because so far, if the rest of the teams of Homebois was close with that with the other team, and he was the distraction, as you saw earlier, even the pocket market has been used to revive Luffy, then that gave their teammates a little bit more time. But let's see, Indostars right now going for the rush, and a few players from Homebois by Ease being gunned down and will be taken out by the skill. And now Indostars will grab their third elimination. I am not a fan of teams who's playing outside of blue, especially in the third phase of the circle. That's too risky for them.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt, but not hurt like a breakup or anything, so they'll live. They'll survive this one. RRQ looking for the circle. They don't want to deal with Falcons. They're like, hasta la vista, we'll catch you later. But you're gonna walk straight into two Vietnamese squad. Now the Indonesian's gonna be truly tortured. Gabi holding on to the very edge of this circle, and now this is just gatekeeping galore for GOW and Heavy.
Yeah, let's see who will be able to tag who first. G'day right now will not be picked up, and we'll be saying g'day for a moment now. Stalwart Esports going in for the rush on the ground floor. Stop right now onto the approach and moves up onto the second and will not find anyone, as Evo's Vine has already jumped out. Now Ju will try to go in from the stairs into the window and might be able to spot them on the other side.
And Stalwart is stalling for time here as Evo's Divine waits for their presence. UAV sent out. Everyone scanned. Nobody wants to take action now. And Homeboy is just tanking shot after shot. What a toss, Boon James. Does it connect? Oh, my mama, it does! What a throw!
Boon James, I mean, really every time Boon James show up, and if I'm not mistaken, he has been put in and out of the game, but every time Boon James come up, like, that's where he grabbed most of the elimination. He's just taking advantage of his spot into the steam, into the play for him to get those eliminations. So let's see if that will pay off right now. But on the other side, Falcons is in trouble. Only one remains in the battle in 1v2 against RRQ Kazu, and there we have it. Baal brings the house down. Team Falcons eliminated.
Oh my god, Team Falcons, this is just not the way to falter. And Indostars, on the other hand, they are going to drop one after the other. Narrow with a god nade onto Raz on top of everything else. And PE, 2 games in a row, performing this fantastically. I'm excited already to see what the Vietnamese squad can do. Reverse Red on the opposite side of things, up against RRQ, all barricaded inside the house, and they just do not have enough time to knock down those glue walls. In the meantime, Indostars are out.
Indostars is out for the count, and another team will be taking that elimination leader on to the 7th, or with 7 elimination, and they had been hanging back in there on the 2nd floor of the compound, not really showing up so much in close range engagement, and that's how you do it. Despite of I would say being passive, you can still spot a lot of teams, especially if you have those long range capacity on your weaponry. But as we can see right now, the blue will be closing in as Reverse Red will be getting close to GOW, who is smack dead in the middle of the circle. That might spell trouble for GOW.
It's definitely going to spell trouble, but if they can just keep quiet and hope and pray that, you know, some sort of mighty force in the universe keeps all of the attention away from them and keeps the attention in the periphery of the circle, they are going to be blessed because they do have a compound of defensive spot to work with. And everybody else has got a little bit of action going on at the sides here. So GOW is going to be super blessed. 12 more seconds. Everybody is just going to be in pure chaos. And GOW is just going to be laughing all the way to the bank. It would be very disappointing if they don't get the booyah this round.
Oh yeah, I mean, they've worked so hard, they've done so much. But speaking of working so hard, like such a hard worker for PE Sports, being able to park a monster truck on the rooftop, and that like hopefully that doesn't explode on them. But if in case it does and they are not damaged that much, that will be a good cover for the team. But speaking of cover, there's no cover anymore because the blue will be closing in, and RQ Kazu is trying to go in for approach against Reverse Red. Exposé goes down.
Oh, down by the charge buster. He's spot farming as well. Not looking good for reverse. Red RRQ stuck in a little bit of a pinch here outside the circle. And they just keep the very edge of it. Just too much of chaos breaking down. Dude, 15 minutes in, 18 still alive. This is just way too much. He was divine. Ray doesn't have much of a standing outside. RRQ manages to find their way in. Everybody wants the house from GOW.
I mean, GOW, they're gonna huff and puff and blow the house down, but all they have to do is stack up all those walls and they might be able to go in for elimination. Lee Kwang has been taken down, knocked down. Isa as well goes down. Another one for GOW. Hopefully they can recover, and yes, indeed, they were able to do so. But who is the big bad wolf? Is it Stalwart Esports just hanging back, just spotting them, or Team Flash on the rooftop, as well as those in the windows? Spells so much trouble, especially with Stalwart Esports right now.
Oh, dude, PE Sports still here. Stalwart's here. Expands here. RRQ's here. Flash is here. Heavy is here. This is a crazy circle. Poppy with a long shot. Ken says goodbye. Headshot all over. No vending machine to play the revival. Expand now needs to just deal with the 3 players. All those grenades being sent towards Team Flash. And here comes those portal goes as well. There is a potential here for Team Expand to just jump right behind Stalwart. Not going to happen just yet. PE Sports flanking from the right-hand side. Everybody moving in towards the center, and now the Indonesians meeting the Malaysians as well. But Expand will have to take the 7th spot. They moved 1 second too early.
Now, as Team Flash wiped them out using Portal Gold for the surprise hit, and Team Flash, just in a flash, managed to take them down. Heavy goes down as well, number 6, and Team Flash have that momentum right now. But RQ Kazu is in a rampage, trying to cross over all those blue walls and bringing down Team Flash to their knees.
Absolutely, man. And RRQ, 12 eliminations. Do this, guys. Are just going for the back-to-back superb rounds in here. And with Expand exiting before PE Sports, this is just not good. Before both PE and RRQ still alive and kicking. GOW still going for the booyah as well. 11 eliminations. Here comes the pop onto RRQ. Good blue wall pulled down. That's caught out on the periphery as well. The circle tagging him from the back. LPT dropping player after player. Backs away. GOW now on the menu. And both players down. PE Sports walks away with the booyah.
Oh my goodness, we spotted them right here in a good location, in a good position, in a rooftop in the middle of the battlefield. But they are the ones who ended up the final winner, the final booyah takers in this purgatory map. What a show, what a game.
I mean, dude, everybody that we talked about, the storyline just, it's like we've got a checklist and we are ticking each and every single box. We talked about how PE, how RRQ was gonna put the heat on Expand 2 games in a row. It is the exact 2 teams that have put on so much of fire under the butts of Expand, and instead of motivating them to run away, they are just getting burned down by that flame. PE, on the other hand, we talked about how they're not even the top team here, but they could walk away with that booyah because they know their way around purgatory. That's exactly what happened out there. The Vietnamese squad very, very motivated to catch up and to do as well as Team RRQ. But of course, they need to hustle just a little bit more. That being said, though, we did also talk about how RRQ might just leapfrog over Expand. I believe that has surely happened.
Oh, indeed. I mean, especially with the performance that we've seen right now from RRQ, a lot of eliminations even before one of their teammates has gone down, and Team Expand really unlucky in those battles. And this is the start. This was the beginning. Faiz for the backstab, and the moment Faiz just goes back from the revive, he has been spotted and tagged up all around. Now, Nero was not that lucky in the early parts of this game, but it's a good thing they had the patience to back away when they need to, because we pointed out how many teams are in there in 15 minutes of the game, and they understood that there's so much chaos that will be happening, and they can take advantage of that later on.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And GOW had an explosive round in here, wiping out Reverse Red of all teams. That was just insane to watch out there, but there was just so much of action breaking down towards the very end. I mean, what is it about week 6, Neptune? We're getting great circles, great matchups, great fights, all the way down onto the final engagement where we find the booyah. It's just all out chaos.
Yeah, I mean, tactics, or I couldn't say tactics, but all the reasoning has been thrown out the window. All they have to do right now is play their hearts out, show everything that they have. There's no more pressure. Whether you win and lose, at least you show up with all that you have. And I guess that's the mindset as well as the heart that we have, or that we're seeing from the teams right now, and it's showing from the game.
And here's the crazy thing, man. We get to see Yoon Sol again because another Vietnamese team has picked up the booyah. PE Sports. Let's see exactly what the boys have to share with Yoon Sol.
Hello everybody, welcome to our Vietnamese booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is PE Nero. Can you say hello to the audience please? Thì không biết là Nero có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Hello, xin chào tất cả mọi người.
First, congratulations for having your first booyah of the day. Congratulations. So, what is your feeling right now and what will you do to keep this momentum? Lời đầu tiên thì mình sẽ chúc mừng Nero cũng như là PE Sports, các bạn đã rất là thành công trong việc lấy được booyah đầu tiên trong ngày. Thì không biết là cảm giác hiện tại của Nero như thế nào và bạn sẽ làm gì để tiếp tục cái phong độ này ạ?
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui bởi vì tuy mình gãi sớm nhưng mà đồng đội vẫn có thể gắn được mình top 1.
I feel really happy because I was falling apart. I was falling right behind them, but really happy that the team is really strong, so they can carry Nero. So this is your first time interview here, right? Thì đây là lần đầu tiên Nero được phỏng vấn đúng không ta?
Dạ đúng rồi ạ.
Then, so this match, I would rate this match as a really intense one since I remember like 12 minutes, all of the team is still there. How do you feel about this match and do you guys having any stressful when you guys are communicate? Thì đây là một cái trận đấu theo như mình đánh giá rất là căng thẳng, bởi vì như các bạn cũng đã thấy rằng là khi mà vẫn còn 12 phút thì 12 đội vẫn còn nguyên. Nero đánh giá một trận đấu này như thế nào và các bạn cảm thấy rằng là cái sức áp lực này nó có ảnh hưởng đến cái cách mà các bạn giao tiếp với nhau không?
Tuy trận đấu khá là căng thẳng nhưng mà em nghĩ là không ạ, bởi vì tụi em đã đi với nhau quá lâu nên đã quá hiểu nhau rồi.
This match, I have to say, it's really intense, but to be honest, we have been together for a really long time, so we kind of understand how do we communicate or what will we do in this match. So, how do you rate your rivalry? Who that you met that much, and how would you rate them? Thì không biết là Nero và đồng đội của mình cảm thấy rằng ai là đối thủ mà mình phải chạm trán nhiều nhất, và bạn đánh giá về họ như thế nào ạ?
Em nghĩ là ST họ là một đối thủ rất là mạnh, cạnh tranh trước vô địch nên tụi em sẽ phải rất là đề phòng.
He feels ST is the most competitive rivalry that they have met in the game, and he said that ST is really strong and they all compete for the championship, so they would try their best to compete against with STE. Then do you have any words you want to send to your rivalry? Thì không biết là Nero có lời nào muốn gửi đến đối thủ của mình không nhỉ?
Hẹn gặp lại các bạn ở Việt Nam nhé.
So it's really clear to understand that Nero and his teammates are ready to join to the finals. And here's the words to ST. See you guys in Vietnam. This is the end of our interview. See you next time.
There's a reason why I really like Yoon Sol as the host. Every single question that I'm thinking of in my head, she's asking the boys out there. And I was thinking as well, right? How would you feel if you are PE Sports? You are tethering at the very bottom of the leaderboard, almost about to be relegated from top 12. Your only saving grace is there are two teams from Group C who are not playing today. So you really have to put out your best effort. And then you look at the number of teams surviving and everybody is still alive. I think they handled the questions really well. I'm really glad to see they've got this fire in their hearts and it's not dying down anytime soon. In fact, it is glowing. Don't cry. Ain't gonna be crying anytime soon. He's making other boys cry. 8 eliminations through 9 knockdowns, 2,140 damage out there. We're not gonna fuss too much about the headshots because he's getting the job done just through those body shots.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of show happening from or coming from PE Sports this summer around. I was looking at back at the numbers, and they had a good run already, though they didn't get that booyah on the first map. But this time around, they had a lot of elimination as well as that booyah on a placement point. And if this continues on, let's say not the booyah, but if they can maintain their consistency on taking placement and a decent amount of elimination, it's easy for them to just move up a few more spots, and the ones who might be in trouble are the teams not performing. And we are just going back to the team of Expand, who hasn't done so much.
Absolutely, man. And of course, 8 eliminations from Don't Cry, but we had quite a number from the rest of his team members as well, for a total of 8 as well when you combine Nero, Wang An, as well as LBT. 16 eliminations, and then a booyah on top of that for PE Sports. This was, I can say, a massive round for them, and they are now 29 points behind Expand. RRQ started the day from somewhere around that behind Expand. 2 games it took to overtake Expand, and now PE are in a situation like that. I'm seeing a huge potential here for the Vietnamese to now overtake, for sure, WAG, as they only need 5 more points, and WAG is not playing today. But Expand, dude, they better step up before they cry because of Don't Cry.
Oh, indeed. And Mile in there, elimination leader, but Don't Cry is still in there on the second. Mile is still on our key players with 32 of the glue walls used, and with the grenades used coming from Nero, though. But I do understand how Nero felt, especially on the interview, because earlier on the highlights we saw him go down, and I guess that will break you. It's a good thing the motivation and performance coming from the rest of the teams has helped them. Speaking of help, there's Wang An in there with 6 assists, so I love the chemistry that they're showing right now.
Absolutely, man. And of course, 20. 28 eliminations with the Drogon in this match. Oh, nobody, and no wonder we had a crazy final circle, bro. People just find it so hard to find the long-range weapons this time round. The other weapons are just not doing the kind of damage the Woodpecker does. So everybody being forced to pick up a close-range weapon in the Drogon. Not a lot of those grenades as well. So you just have to use the shotgun option through that. So, okay, it just makes so much of sense why the final circle was like that. And I love it. If this is going to be the drop rate of these weapons, I'm going to take that with a huge smile on my face. And dude, once again, the 2 highlighted teams, PE Sports, RRQ, performing phenomenally well for themselves, climbing up the leaderboard. In fact, the top 2, GOW performing very well on this map as well. We did talk about how they already have 3 booyahs here. Those Suns managed to almost make it 4. Crazy stuff. And they did take the second spot at the end of the day, only overtaken by RRQ because of the eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, I really love how GOW has taken the position, as well as they're slowly moving up, because GOW, I mean, it might not be that close in terms of points right now, because as you can see, 568 versus the 500 that GOW has. But if they continue their gameplay, not only in Purgatory, they might be able to get really close against Onyx Olympus, as they have been pushed down by PE Sports after that booyah. And this is just PE Sports all the way from the first 2 maps.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I just want to see this continue through the day. They've got 4 more games to play. And dude, if you are off to a fantastic start like this, why not just show us exactly, truly what PE as well as RRQ is capable of? I want to see more effort, but I also want to see what all of this piling pressure does to a team like Expand. Does it force them to finally break, or is this gonna be the new uprising? We'll have to find out, not now, but after a quick 5-minute break. We'll be right back with you guys.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back to the fight of teams refusing to drop into the bottom 6. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, the inaugural Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia battle, and it looks like it is a pretty epic one thus far. I can say that, and I think you might just agree with me, Nev.
Oh, definitely. I do agree. So far, a lot of teams has been showing up, but the two teams who has taken it for the first two maps really is RRQ Kazu and PE Sports. Despite of them going like back to back in the Booyahs, they didn't even let go of the points even when they didn't grab it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I absolutely respect the fire and the pacing out of PE Sports and RRQ. And you got to see this consistency is not through sheer luck, right? They are making their own luck out there. And I just hope and pray that these boys can allow this to be that permanent confidence setter within their own hearts to be able to bring in this sort of a performance week after week. And if there is too much of an expectation, Nep, at least bring this on the final week of play when we head on in for the point rush as well as grand finals. If we can have this form of PE, dude, it's gonna be a fun one.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of evolution coming from PE Sports. I'm seeing a lot of like gameplays that has been, I would say, adopted from the other teams. Let's say some from Boriram, some from Reverse Red, some from Stalwart Esports. And that is what good homework, good strategizing is going to do for a team. I'm pretty sure PE Sports has done a lot of that all throughout the rest before this week happened. And they really need it. And they are showing up right now, crossing over, moving up little by little, above those on the bottom 12 or bottom 6.
And you know, I'm sorry, you know, if you are in the top 6 of the competition, we're not going to talk much about you anymore. I think you have stolen the limelight away from everybody already thus far. And unfortunately, there's going to be pretty much all of the Thai teams. We're currently 5 out of the top 6, and we only have 5 Thai teams here, right? So we got to leave them out of the conversation. EVOS Divine, we could maybe bring them into the conversation back a little bit here, because this is a team that is bombing out after phenomenal success in the past 2 weeks. Now they're starting to stutter a little bit. Now I wonder whether it's them stuttering or these teams towards the bottom of this top 12 here just refusing to give up.
I guess it's a balance of both. I mean, those at the bottom just trying to catch up, and those above are being like, they're being complacent, or some teams might be being complacent because there's really not so much of risk for them. We can see it in overall standings right now. It's a huge gap for especially in the from the top and in the middle, and only those close to the top 12, all 12 spot are really fighting for that grand final spot. So this is where all the hunger, all the fight will be showing up in there, and we've seen that so much overall from those who want to inch closer away from the top 12.
Heavy and GOW, both teams from Vietnam, both teams have 4 Booyahs to their name thus far, and both teams just tethering on the edge of breaking into the top 12. And both teams not doing too great for the day. Heavy GOW did manage to get into that final circle at Purgatory, but still, of course, they're quite a far way behind Onyx, right? So we need to see not just the final circle place, we need to see a couple of Booyahs from GOW as well as Heavy here, because once again, both these teams already have 4 each. They're very capable of walking away with those.
Yeah, I mean, you did mention about GOW as well as the top weapons used earlier. And if I'm not mistaken, most of those Trogon elimination came from GOW. They have the compound. A lot of teams are just swarming surrounding them. And they can just unleash all those against them. And that is where GOW can make a difference. So let's see if that is the difference that can be done for the God of Wolf right now as we head in onto the next map. It is an now map number 3, Alpine, will be the play zone of the teams.
And of course, I mentioned both GOW and Heavy having booyahs, but only Heavy is proficient when you compare the two here at Alpine in terms of sneaking away the 12 placement points. 2 booyahs to their name thus far, and I hope they can just make this the third one.
Yeah, let's see if this might be a chance for Heavy, because GOW has already shown up earlier, and Heavy has been targeted in so many instances, not only today, but even from the past week. So hopefully Heavy will be able to get away or probably fight back a little bit stronger against those teams. But speaking of hot drop, Heavy hot dropping against RRQ Kazu. The only question is, who would win?
Yeah, this just never changes, never stops. And RRQ has been on a great performance thus far for the day. We were talking about Heavy finding that booyah. So I guess we're going to find out very early on if one of those two comes to a 100% no equation. If they get eliminated here, we will be able to deduce exactly that. Unfortunately, Homebois already losing one. And it looks like Expand is listening to these gunshots between Homebois and Indostars. They might think of dropping by to say hello.
Yeah, they already have one spy in there in the area. But Indostars right now, a good turnaround being done by one of the players. If I'm not mistaken, that was a vehicle being used, or probably a catapult being used to get away and get some information. But the rest of Indostars back away, and the chase is being done onto the edges of the circle. So Garrison might be right in a good battlefield for this teams right now because of how open outside of the compounds are. But Butterfly, not flying anymore, will be dashing and running for the gunshots, and Liam will be taken down.
Liam just ran into that final shot out of the Mag 7 from Fire. Is unfortunate. The guy was outnumbered. So Indostars on the back foot now. Luffy tagged up from afar. Great backup from 18 Deer and Cochil, but Butterfly responds and takes Raz down. Cochil now in a lot of trouble. Olive on the way back in here for the flank from the left-hand side as well, but Cochil with the XM8, a headshot will be phenomenal, but unfortunately, he saw a Butterfly fluttering around with the SMG in hand. Luffy's going to get picked up, and now 4 players strong. It's going to be Homebois coming in once again for that high pressure on Indostars, but look at Indostars. They're tagging in Expand, and they want to leave Garrison.
And they are just baiting Expand right here to fight against Homebois. Like, we need some help. Let's shoot at this folks of Expand, and let's pull them in so that Homebois will be taken down. Then later on, they can go in for the payback. The only question is, will Indostars be able to bring back all of those falling brothers that they have? But X-Roy has already started this fight. 18 Deer managed to get away, and there you go. The bait tactic didn't work for them, but X-Roy has been taken out.
Yeah, sneaky peeky. Homebois trying to circle around, making it look like they want to go for the vending machine, but instead it was an ambush that they set up. Fires, it is a instant back and forth trade between himself as well as Ken. Fires does manage to take him out of the equation. X-Roy, though, picked up Luffy, full HP, up against Crime MKS, and Crime just does not get the job done. One glue wall holds Luffy in place for just enough amount of time before it gets broken down. And now Homebois, I believe one final survivor has managed to be brought right back in on that revival. The rest of them snuffed out, and Expand has managed to take over Garrison.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Quite surprisingly, though, for 18 Deer. I mean, he had that potential of getting away, but this time will be facing the UAV and will be spotted right there. And there goes 18 Deer being taken out by Kens. But as we go into reverse red, GOW is the target. One has been taken out, and the rest is being chased by Diamond.
Yeah, reverse red coming in for revenge after the previous matchup, where they got wiped out by GOW. But yeah, and unfortunate as Saming catches him from the left-on flank. The Woodpecker just a little too strong to deal with, and of course the number is overwhelming for GOW. Now RIP is going to be the next victim, and a fantastic pincer from both sides. But off-screen, it's RRQ out of the equation. Looks like Heavy succeeded.
And there you have it. I mean, we talked about how Heavy really needs all those points, and RRQ has done already for them to move up a little bit. So I guess RRQ can lose a few more matches, a few more battles, and Heavy might be able to move up one more. Now, that would depend on how many teams will they be eliminating, as well as how many battles will they be surviving. Speaking of surviving, Neo didn't survive that fight. It was Barros who takes them down, and 3 elimination for Stalwart Esports. Though taken out, or not taken out, GOW just yet, so they're still alive and kicking, just somewhere else in the map.
Now, Expand really cannot afford to lose this fight. RRQ did get taken out, and Expand just needs to overtake them. They're 7 points behind them. And it's going to be a big challenge either way. Team Flash, not really the kind of team that you would think can wipe out Expand easily, but that seems to be the situation here. Triple grenade. Make that a quadra grenade, courtesy of Poppy. None of them finding their mark, though.
Yanbin right now going in for the 1v1. The shotgun gameplay doesn't work for him that well. Yanbin managed to take down Kens. And here comes 3 elimination. Faiz, the only one remaining. And there you have it. Into the fray in the middle of the carnage. But there goes Poppy, and the rest of Team Flash taken down.
Oh, that was a final second revival. Crime got brought back in. Faiz went down. Crime had a revival. And what a survival play by Expand. But dude, you do not want to bet on that one. And now Falcon is going to be hunting Crime down. He's going to be able to see exactly where the guy moves around on the map. So that's a little unfortunate for Expand. But at least Crime might be, I guess, shown a little bit of mercy, because I don't think they want to rush on out and hunt down just one life.
Yeah, I mean, if in case he is in a difficult position that the team doesn't know much of or doesn't have much of information, then they will not be chasing that, compared to where Neo was. And Reverse Red has no risk in gunning him down. Seeing him going down from the parachute from the revival, that is just 1 point additional for Reverse Red right now. But speaking of Reverse Red, I mean, even Reverse Red is not doing well in this map, but for this final week, they're showing up different teams. So I guess this is where everything, all of those tactics is being shown, being utilized, or being changed by those on the top.
Oh, big fight for PE, and the nade eaten by 8 India. 24 HP, can he survive? X-Roy brings Faiz back in. That means Team Expand is once again a full squad. PE with a high ground advantage, forcing Indostars to back away. Now, like trolls, they play under the bridge, hiding away 2 players, but 2 on standby for those flanks. Flash now once again pressuring Team Expand. X-Roy out. The guy just got brought right back in, and once again has to be pushed for a revival, and Crime is rich enough to buy him another life. So Expand, they are just tortured back to back, as it seems, in this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they need to find a different drop spot. They need to find a different approach against this team, because it seems like they're being hunted. And speaking of hunting, Indostars will be letting go of their prey, as they have already left the building. But Cosq right now has found one of Team Flash. Yanbin is the one in this area. It's a good thing that one of the players, one of the teammates, will be coming back for the backup.
Stalwart with the snipe from afar, and the M82B is going to be back in action in this game. And Falcons, long shots just to tease a couple of Flash players who retaliate instantly. Yanbin, M1887, but the chaos from the vehicle smoke. Cosq managed to use that to get away, and the glue wall's not going to stop them just yet, and Peter puts Yanbin on the ground. And you may have stopped the car, but you cannot stop these players on the side of Team Falcon. And now Shin running to save his life. Vending machine not going to help him out. Team Falcon's just aggressive. And they're annoyed that they had to lose their car.
Oh, yeah. They lost their car right now. And when they thought no one is in the compound, that's where they heard the footsteps. That's where they were gunned down, and they retaliated. Poppy right now goes down from the hands of Falcons. And only one remains, if I'm not mistaken, for Team Flash. So Team Flash really needs to get away or probably survive. But Yanbin has been brought down once again. And as you can see, 5 eliminations already for Team Falcons. They are doing well right now, as they are the top team for this map.
As it seems, Team Flash is still alive and heavy with a full squad revival. Seems like it was a heavy battle against RRQ earlier. But it's good to see that the team has not faltered just yet. Expand on a full recovery. Reverse red once again. Going to be gate kept by GOW. This circle's not going to hurt all that too much. GOW, can they punish reverse red? This is going to be hilarious if it does happen.
I mean, this is payback after payback. And let's see if this is GOW's way to go in. But on the other side, a battle continues. Indo Stars as well as Expand right now. This is match number 2 between these two teams.
Team Flash with a full revival as well. Everybody just playing the game of survival. And Indo Stars is keeping themselves inside the zone. Alongside Expand as well. Crime tagged up by the A124 already. M1887! A sliver of health left on Liam. But a good glue wall keeps him protected. Both players want a little bit of a reset here, but the numbers stack up against Expand and Crime. You're not going to get away from that one.
I mean, a lot will be gunning and hunting you down. Speaking of hunting, here comes GOW and reverse red right now. They all have won that battle. On to the other side right now, we're seeing Evo's Divine unspotted up until the third phase of the circle. This time they are battling against the fallen Team Flash, who keeps falling every time.
Yeah, dude, the Team Flash has fallen so many times. I've forgotten how many times they've fallen, but somehow they just remain with one guy surviving. That guy revives everyone and back in here for round number 2, round number 3. We keep going. But Team Falcons on the other hand, 6 eliminations in hand. But their star player, Peter, down on the ground, on fire. The second one to get taken out, perhaps. Drogon circles around, finds no opponents whatsoever. Esports well hidden behind those blue walls, topping up their health. LBD shows up, but on fire. David is Drogon to pump him down. Don't Cry shows up as well, but Coog is there for the backup. And Team Falcons choosing not to falter against PE, who are out in 11th.
Out in 11th indeed. I mean, we were hoping that they will maintain their consistency, but it's very difficult to say, especially as Alpine is not one of the best map for PE Sports. They still have a few more matches, 3 to be exact, and they need to make that a good run. Otherwise, they will be left behind in the standings. But Stalwart Esports, the one of the teams who is a little bit too high compared to the others that they're battling, is just waiting for them to show up. We're now in the third, going into the 4th phase of the circle, and still 10 teams remain.
Stalwart, as well as reverse red left outside the circle. Heavy, and he was Divine, GOW, Indo Stars. I can't call them bottom feeders. The ones who don't really break the map on every single game have found the circle first. This could be a good thing or a bad thing. The last time GOW found the circle first, everybody wanted their defensive spot when they made their way into the safe zone. So there's a potential here, but the good thing is there are many defensive spots to fight for, not just one in the middle. So it's all about the luck of the draw as to which opponent you attract to your spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's I would say it's riskier for the side of GOW right now because they also have a vending machine on them. And there you go. Rip has been taken out and eliminated in this game. Now, Evo's Divine has taken spot in this area and near the middle of this face of the circle, but Heavy is still hanging around in there. A few more of those players as well behind them, which is Reverse Red as well as Homebois. But we are left with 8 teams remaining right now. 4th phase going to the 5th. This will be chaos overall.
Absolutely. Team Falcons going for their 4th booyah on Alpine. And potentially Evo's Divine as well. We're currently sitting down at 3 total booyahs for this map. So 2 very proficient Alpine squads here. You also have Expand, who has not been doing all that too well within FFWS SEA, but in their local league, this is definitely one of their better maps. So it's going to be all-out strategic battle from here on end, as well as a little bit of luck. Where does the next circle go? It will determine quite a bit of the fate of the teams out here.
And one thing about this phase of the circle is it will not be moving that much, so you can plan your approach. But how can you do it if a lot of teams is swarming the area? A lot of compounds might be found in here, but they have been occupied already, rented out, and no vacancy at this moment. And all you have to do is find your way into the next phase.
And Reverse Red and Stalwart still on the back foot here. The circle just refuses to join powers with them. In fact, avoiding them. as if he does not like to be proposed to. This is a relationship problem that they will need to find a solution for eventually. They need the circle to fall in love with them and welcome them in open arms. Reverse red and Stalwart looking for an opponent, and it looks like Stalwart has found a decent one. EVOS Divine, if they can sneak this compound away from EVOS Divine, it's going to be a huge advantage for this final circle battle.
Oh yeah, I mean, EVOS Divine has taken this and they've taken it silently as well. So if they get spotted by Stalwart Esports, and I guess they already had, then it will be a grueling battle. But speaking of battle on the rooftops, this Thieves is just fighting and trying to steal all those eliminations apart, and Peter, the MVP, still showing up. But Cougar has been taken down, and only X-Roy, if I'm not mistaken, is the one surviving for Expand right now. So let's see if Peter can bring back this fire for the team, as EVOS Divine right now lost one of their members, and Stalwart Esports is just gunning them down. Unfortunate for Stalwart Esports though, a few more of their players has been eliminated.
Yeah, no elimination here on the side of EVOS Divine. Aim God still can be picked up, and he is picked up. So team recovery here, but here comes Reverse Red, knocking down the doors, knocking down the glue walls of EVOS Divine as well. But more are pulled right back up. Is that a good move? Is that a bad move? We will see, as the circle will close in 5 more seconds. EVOS Divine might just be caught way behind all of their defenses here, and they might not be able to run towards the center.
And Stalwart Esports will be taken out of the gameplay, and we are now looking at 5 teams remaining. In those stars, quite quiet towards this final circle, but we're seeing a few of those engagements happening against Team Falcons, the best team in this map, being gunned down, being cut from though to the knees. And Rexposy right now going in for the jump. There goes the takedown against Ray, but still 5 teams remain. Only 1 survived from EVOS. Let's see if he will sneak away a few more points.
Expand is still alive and kicking. This is a huge opportunity for them, but unfortunately, just not enough firepower or numbers on the side of Expand. EVOS Divine out in 4th. Expand has lost another player. They are out in 3rd. Indostars down by 1 man. He can be picked right back up, but yet another goes down. Lee, no more backup for him. Gochil as well. Raz, the final line of defense, pulls up those glue walls, but can he get the pickup? No time! Diamond shows up for the final elimination, and Reverse Red with the Alpine Booyah.
Finally, 4-man squad, 4-man strong. Reverse Red shows up once again, and this is their 2nd booyah for this map. This might not be their strongest map, but they've shown their strength, especially after losing a few more of those battles from the early parts of this day. Now, Reverse Red, Nameless, Boone James, Diamond, Sam Ming, as well as Exposé. And I would say every time Boone James jumps in, there's a lot of aggression happening, and it's trickling down towards the rest of the team.
But remember, man, I already said top 6 ain't gonna be part of this conversation.
Yeah, huh?
Top 5, unfortunately. Reverse Red, you belong to that category. You know, Expand managing to pick up those points, and RRQ getting down and out in the 12th spot way too early will make that Malaysian team climb up once again. You know, we're definitely very concerned as to the scenario that is in the bottom 6 here on whether or not any teams are going to be climbing up. But by the looks of things, it seems like it's looking near impossible. Heavy can't find to sustain all of their battles towards that final circle. GOW found a little bit of a high point in purgatory, but you know, this game wasn't anything to shout about. We need more efforts and points from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting up a few more compared to the other days that we've seen them, but a lot of teams is just trying to stop, or doing their best as well to stop them on their heels, for them not to move up. This might be a good tactic, especially if you're thinking that they might be gunning you down on the spot that you have on the top 12. But every instances that they can take, they are grabbing eliminations, even taking advantage of some of the venues in this like in every map to grab a few more of the placement point. And it's just getting I would say chaotic towards the second half of each match, because early parts we are seeing 10 teams surviving in 3rd to 4th phase, and like it doesn't really translate that they are being silent. It's just that revivals plus eliminations just happening back to back to back.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And just some massive eliminations here on the side of, I believe, Reverse Red when we spotted them earlier as well. At this point on this recap, you can see 14 eliminations. They didn't stop there. They were just raking in the numbers. So massive round for Reverse Red. And of course, the booyah at the very end would have been super sweet as well. They are trying to catch up with Team Falcons, and this could have just been that game.
Exactly. I mean, this could have been the game, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see later on the standings who really made a dent into their place right now. Because so far, from some of the teams who had been eliminated early, there's quite a few more that they needed to do for them to move up, but it didn't really show up. So let's see on what will be the result later on. But before we go there, we're going to head over to the interview of Reverse Red, and let's listening in on what they had to say.
Yay! First booyah for Thailand นะคะ and this is Reverse Red! Yay! I wanna have two นะคะ wanna have a diamond on my hand but we already have diamond นะคะ from Reverse Red. What do you feel about your booyah?
รู้สึกไงกับบูย่านี้ของเราคะ
ดีใจครับ
excited happy
Okay, so do you think that your team can surpass Team Falcon?
คิดว่าทีมเราจะคะแนนนำทีมฟอลคอนได้ไหมคะ
ก็คิดว่าทำได้ครับ
I think we can
So, I heard that your team not just only a pro player but a dancer too. What do you think?
ได้ยินว่าทีมของเราไม่ได้เป็นแค่โปรเพลเยอร์แต่ว่าเป็นเหมือนแก๊งนักเต้นด้วย คิดว่าไง
ก็เรื่องจริงครับเต้นทุกวันครับได้ทุกสถานการณ์ได้หมดเลย
Which this situation can you explain?
ก็คือ
สถานการณ์แบบไหนบ้างยกตัวอย่าง
Okay,
หน่อย
so he said that is true because his team dance every day, every time, at every situation. มีสถานการณ์ไหนบ้างคะที่เราเต้น
ก็ทุกสถานการณ์ครับพี่ไฟดับสระว่ายน้ำเล่นน้ำอยู่ก็อยู่ดีก็ลุกมาเต้นข้างสระกันอะไรเลือดเปื่อยไปหมดเลยครับพี่
Okay, in every situation, such as when electricity cut down or even when they are swimming, just suddenly go stand up and just dance.
Have they ever woke up in the midnight and dance?
เราเคยแบบตื่นมากลางดึกแล้วเต้นไหม
ตีสองตีสามมีให้เห็นครับ
2 a.m. 3 a.m. and we still can see it.
Really? So how do you deal with it?
เราทำยังไง
โอ้ผมชินแล้วครับพี่ผมก็มองเฉยๆไม่ได้อะไรอ่ะ
Okay, so he said that he's quite used to it, so just looking at them and okay.
At first I thought that you will join them.
นึกว่าแบบจะไปเต้นกับเขาด้วย
ผมไม่เต้นหรอกผมเต้นไม่เป็น
It's not my way to dance. I don't know how to dance.
Okay, so what do you think about the team in the 10, 11, and 12, 13, and 14? Which team you think that get into the last two team in the final?
ตั้งแต่อันดับ 10 จนถึงอันดับ 14 คิดว่าในทีมพวกเนี้ยทีมไหนที่จะเข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอล
ผมว่ามันก็มีโอกาสพลิกได้หมดเลยทุกทีมครับผมไม่ได้เชียร์ทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษ
I think anything can happen. I'm not supporting every team, like especially support.
Okay. Do you have any team that you think that you want to fight them?
มีทีมไหนที่แบบเราอยากไฟท์เป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ก็น่าจะเป็น BRU ครับ
บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports
Okay. Why?
ทำไมคะ
ก็ไม่เขาเรียกว่าไงอ่ะแบบ
อยากวัดฝีมือเหรอ
ไม่มันก็แบบตีกันมานานแล้วพี่แบบก็เลยแบบถ้ามีโอกาสในรอบชิงหรืออะไรก็อยากจะลองวัดกันก็ได้
Because we've been fighting for a long time. If we have a chance to fight in the grand final, then we would like to take a chance.
Okay. I hope you will get that chance
มีโอกาส
again
นั้นนะคะ
next time. Okay. Good luck for the next game. And now back to you, Showcaster.
And there you have it. We just heard from Reverse Red. And I know, AJ, we talked about not talking about the top 6, but I just couldn't help it. I mean, they're 12 points away in catching up with Team Falcons. And I guess that question was relevant. I mean, that's Team Falcons would be the target. The second place will be their hope. But going back to the other teams, we're going to see some of the stats right now. It is Diamond, the guy who were interviewed earlier, who was or who is our MVP in that previous map. 7 eliminations, 2,941 on damage, 6 on the headshots, and 10 on the knockdown. It really shows that he is rushing it well in this battle. But we saw a little bit of like not really hesitation, but a tactical wait that Reverse Red has done several times in those matches.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the combination between the A124 and Homer, the Disablers, slowing down their opponents, and Tatsuya with the extra boost in speed for players like Saming and Exposi, not just to avoid the shots, but to also get into the thick of the action and find those eliminations, allows them to pick up massive numbers, right? I mean, between the players of Boonjim and Exposi alone, you've already got 10 eliminations on standby, 13 between Diamond and Saming, for a total of 23 massive eliminations in this game alone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they will be topping the teams just for this day, and especially as showing up with 3 or 4 players in the elimination leader. I mean, none apart from Peter, though, has managed to squeeze in above Exposi and Boon James. And that's what I mentioned earlier. Every time Boon James jumps in onto the fray for Reverse Red, there's always that aggressiveness that he's showing. He's always first on the rush, and then the rest of the team just follow, and they manage to survive as well as win the engagements.
Key players here, 5 grenades out of Gaday's hands, but not 5 eliminations through those Gaday grenades. So we'll have to wait and see if or not he can supply us with those. Saming with the 23 glue walls, 11 glue walls destroyed by Stop. So we did see the battle and the combination between Reverse Red as well as Stalwart quite a number of times on this battlefield as well. And I'm sure we're going to see more of that as the day continues, because the Thai teams just do not keep quiet. But 25 eliminations, dude, the Trogon. The Trogon is not gone. The Trogon is here, and the Trogon is slaying out there.
And definitely slaying. I mean, not like almost doubled that elimination that has been done compared to the Woodpecker. Bison is back in play though, but not so much. And here is where we see the number of points that they have taken. Now let's get over to the bottom, because PE Sports and RQ Kazu being taken down a little bit too early, but PE Sports just done it a little bit better with 3 elimination. Even GOW, a team who has done well from the previous map, has been pushed down. So hopefully this doesn't continue for this team, because there is a huge chance that they will be able to move up and catch the top 12 if they can maintain the consistency from the previous or from the first 2 matches that we have for today.
Yeah, no surprises here. This is more of the old-fashioned way as to how RRQ and PE usually performs. Up and down. You know, in fact, the first 2 games were a massive surprise with the consistency that they were bringing in. So, you know, this one doesn't really shock me all that too much, but we just want to see the fight within their hearts, right? How much can they glow all the way to the top? And it's very refreshing to see, because we did talk about how Expand, you know, might just wake up that fire in the pit of their stomachs, the fire under their bum as well, lit by RRQ and PE Sports, would bring out the best in them, and it did. They got into that final circle. They finally survived long enough to keep up with the rest and do not get annihilated early, and that is the best way to not get relegated from the top 12 if you are Expand at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if in case a spot will be taken against you, make a plan to take it back and probably take the lead against the team. But we are now heading into game number 4 right now, Kalahari. Now, we might not have seen a performance of the Woodpecker from the first few matches that we have that much, but Kalahari, this is where we see that. I mean, this is a sniper's battleground, as you can see from the past up until today, but one thing that really changes is the elimination, the confirmation of those knockdowns. They need to make that work this time, because you have a long distance battle, you have a long distance capability, but if you don't pull in that elimination earlier before they get picked up, or probably before they get hidden in towards those mountains, that would still be a loss, and your position will be exposed.
I'm expecting the trend to continue for not many of these Woodpeckers to be available out there. and you're just going to be forcing multiple CQCs in Kalahari. I think you're going to see like, some Spider-Man-esque, theatrics out there with everybody just hopping from one corner to the other. But of course, let's see whether that's going to be the situation. Or will we get mostly those long-range engagements like Neptune said? As we set things up for Kalahari, it's game number 4 out of 6 from today.
Yeah, Kalahari Desert Lands of Free Fire is up for grabs, and especially for that for the middle of the map, which is a refinery. But from what I'm seeing, not a lot of teams is taking this. Only 1 or 2 teams is going in for this drop, and I guess it's understandable because from previous weeks that we've seen them play, even if they don't get refinery from the start of the game, they always end up within this area, take over for those who has taken this from the early parts of the match, and then just waited for the rest until the faces of the circle reduces. So let's see if that would be the plan for the team. But speaking of plan, there's no plan, just instinct for Evo's Divine, elimination and knockdowns happening overall.
Very messy drop for everybody to deal with because of the flight path that was just skewed to the bottom left. And of course, it forces out quite a number of early skirmishes. PE Sports very, very smart in terms of the position that they took a drop into, not even a compound, and they managed to scurry away from all of this heated battle between Flash and GOW. Earlier we did get a little bit of peek of Evo's Divine as well. It's still within the vicinity. A couple of them have already jumped on out of this very, very unfortunate situation, but Isa's not going to run anywhere. But thankfully, the other players from the side of GOW have managed to pull away from Shrines already, so they will continue to survive.
Yeah, I mean, Isa is just staying in here, like living up his name. And for those of you who don't know, Isa in Tagalog means one. So he's the only one in here, and he's the only one going down. GOW, the rest is still alive though, but they have information. They also have a few more, they bought a few more time in here to loot up. And for the rest of the teams, I mean, even if they heard all those gunshots, I don't think they will be sleeping in on to those battles because they need to focus on their own engagements.
Jonah spots out 2 players. And the question is, does he call for backup? Expand rotating behind Heavy. Oh my goodness, Heavy's going to get caught in a very, very heavy battle that I don't think they are going to be having an advantage at. Faiz. There is the tag, and Crime backing him up as well. They're like herding sheep at this point of time. Expand, pushing these 4 players in closer towards the hill, and Kabi caught out from the back. Hans trying to provide the support fire from afar, and X-Roy, let's get traded out. But very, very close combat between the two in terms of trades. Crime, all about that nade. Jonah just tagged up a tad bit, sends up another one, and Jonah manages to back away in the nick of time. And it looks like Expand has managed the recovery onto X-Roy as well. So that revive will give them a little bit of an advantage if X-Roy can position himself right behind Team Heavy.
Yeah, let's see if he can pinch them in onto the battle. Onto the other side, though, Team Flash managed to win all those gunfights, but here comes Stalwart Esports, just hunting them out as a volley will be stuck in here in the corner. Saifa right now. There goes the stun and the takedown against Saifa. Surprise hit, though, but stop will be moving in and picking up Saifa, and they grab a few more of the points. Reverse Red, though, has also taken a few of heads right now, and we are looking at the battle of Expand and Heavy, not yet over. So this is a good advantage being taken by the Booyah Takers from earlier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Reverse Red is just gonna have a buffet of lives out here. Now they are in a position to toss those nades in towards... what a glue wall dance! Yuri pulls up another glue wall, but it's a headshot with the grenade! Diamond, what a pop!
That's what we call a Kobe right there.
Uh-oh.
Here comes Crime, being run, and Diamond, had to pull up that glue wall, didn't hit all those shots, but finally was able to recover and grabs his third elimination.
My, oh my, Expand just getting burned down to the ground, but I believe there was a little bit of time here for the recovery, and X-Roy, as I speak of recovery, brings Crime right back into play. Expand's not going to get the flame in the pit of their tummy snuffed out just like that. They won that final circle. This is going to be a challenging map for them.
Let's see on how they work it out. Well, X-Roy is working out well. Evo's Divine just popped off and just popped up in there and has been taken out. Crime, though, is just trying to chase down G'day and G'day right now, trying to get away. Kens for the backup. 1v2 split, even with a pistol. Here comes the dash. And there goes the takedown. Even the pistol works for Expand in that battle.
They saw the opportunity. They whacked him out of it. And they walked away the winners in the 2v1 shenanigan. 18D are down. And Team Falcons now torturing Indostars. 3-2 points for them. Liam's not going to go anywhere. Raz is not going to go anywhere as well. Free 3 points, I have to say. Rastrogon! Cougar! Cosq was there to help his buddy out. Knocks Raz on the head. Picks Cougar right back up. And Liam hasn't gone down just yet, but it's just a matter of time. And Indostars toasted. But there was the recovery from Cochil before the rest of them got taken down. So Indostars is still in it to win it.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, so far we've seen a good performance coming from Reverse Red in the early parts of this Kalahari. Now we're seeing the same from Falcons because they don't want to let go of the lead that they have. So if they can maintain that, then that would be a good story for them. But speaking of maintaining, Indostars haven't maintained their lives. The moment that Cochil has been brought back, he will be hunted by PE Sports, and even the rest of the teams who is in this area will be gunned down and will be chased, and the target would be Team Falcons.
And the UAV does manage to scan out the Falcon squad. But Cougar asks a very tough question. What can you do with that information? It's all about the gunfights. And it is Team Falcons with the first hit. LBT down to 50% of his health. Cosq with the Trogon. Plays for the circle first before getting into an engagement. Very smart tactical play. Narrow from up top. LBT is the one with the drop. And Don't Cry barricades himself in. Peter can't find any ingress. Both of them drop the glue wall. He brings it right back up. LBT gets away, and Don't Cry still alive. A sliver of health. One pop from the back, and Peter with the knockdown. PE Sports just can't shake them off.
Yeah, can shake it off. Didn't make it through the window to survive. Let's see what they will do later on. 11 teams remaining right now, and battle continues between Expand and Stalwart Esports. Now, Crime will be moving in for a nade hit and half health right now being taken out. Here comes the rest in those stars. So this is a three-way battle overall that started earlier that hasn't ended just yet.
Yeah, Indostars are the ones at the losing end here. They are severely outnumbered. And they are choosing to stay away from the battle, but slowly but surely they want to find the circle as well. Stop manages to find and put a stop to one player on that rotation in. Now X-Roy on that right flank. Stalwart. Here comes the hook gun play. They take that high ground instantaneously. That shows you exactly where they want to invest all of their coins in. It's all about the movements for Stalwart, and now with that high ground advantage, they go ahead to shut down Kens. One player! Oh my God! What a headshot from Kens! Stop, dead in his tracks, and now Stalwart needs to run.
Stalwart really needs to run because Indostars will be back in play. Despite of them losing all the battles, they want to go in and fight back. And this is a 1v2 situation against Crime. And 18 Veers not letting go. Even Glue Wall will be taken out. And there goes Crime being taken down. And will be, Cochil will be taken out as well. Stalwart Esports just going back one at a time. Still, the battle is not yet over. 3 teams has extended their match just in Old Hampton.
Yeah, Roy is still here though. And the circle, just the second one, so it's not gonna really rip your life away, but definitely outnumbered. And my goodness, who was that took the hit? Stalwart helping out Expand just a little bit. X-Roy survives, but now it's just Stalwart versus X-Roy. He's got enough money for the revival, but no vending machine around him. Dew shows up. He finds the sprays. Barros from behind. And X-Roy with the boost of his Tatsuya. But he's just buying a lot of time. Got there in time for the double revival. And then he goes down. Well-worked play by X-Roy.
X-Roy being the eel in this gameplay, couldn't be caught that easily and managed to go in for the revival. Even in a 1v3 situation, managed to survive, but will it be coming into a waste right now? Coach Hill drop in together with Kens in the same area, and I think Kens has a losing end in terms of the weaponry. Here comes the rest of the team of Indo Stars, and it's just a hunt similar to what we've seen earlier from one of the players of X-Roy, and Kens will be taken down. Let's see if they will be out for the count right now. I guess another one is still alive and surviving.
A consolation elimination for Indo Stars. That's the first one of the game for them. Speaking of the first one, Homebois might just be going for their first booyah here at this map. Let's see if that's going to be possible, as the team has been struggling for quite a while already. But 4 eliminations in hand thus far, up against GOW with 11 seconds to go. This is a very uncomfortable situation for Homebois.
Oh, definitely. I mean, GOW managed to outsmart a lot of teams, especially when they have a compound. But this time, they are rushing in against Homebois. Butterfly is trying to barricade themselves into this house, and Isa is trying to go and break down all the covers. Here comes Luffy, and the glue wall has been put up. The blue is also moving in, but they are stuck in here because of their own doing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now GOW, they just stormed the house. Easy points for GOW. Goodbye, Homebois, they say, as they send Homebois back in the 11th spot.
Yeah, well, GOW is still in the running, currently in 14th, slowly moving in, but it is still a long travel, similar to what we're seeing from the teams who's outside of blue. X-Mando managed to grab 10 eliminations already, and X-Roy will be back in play. And X-Roy is still have to get into the zone. But for RRQ Kazu, this is the first time that we are seeing them again after a while for the battle, and they're just hunting everyone surrounding them.
And RRQ is just being RRQ. That's it. Grenade, can it find the connection? He only has one more. Diamond just gets tickled by it.
Yeah, I mean, Expose managed to get in safe from that nade, but Saming is already moving in for the pinch. Expose. No, spotted and almost being taken down. Near miss once again. I would say for RQ Kazu, they could have been they might have been scratching their head already for all those near misses.
I mean, might as well scratch it now, bro, before someone else helps you scratch it with a bullet. Reverse red. In a decent spot, stealing it away from Indo Stars. Indo Stars not going to be too glad with that at all, but you snooze, you lose, my friend, says Reverse Red, and more players from their side get eliminated, and Indo Stars down and out in the 10th spot, courtesy of Reverse Red and their repositioning. Evos Divine, on the other hand, on the flip side of things, very quiet.
Quiet indeed. I mean, showing up probably or being heard later on once they have a better advantage. But Evo's Divine hasn't seen that advantage even from the first few maps that we have. And I guess that would be them being silent, just going for placement. But Stalwart Esports, no silence for them. They have a good place, a good high ground inside the next phase of the circle. Might be able to spot V-Tan from above, and Stalwart Esports will be able to survive this battle in a few moments. The only question is who will be rushing them, and will there be any damage they can put in, because Stalwart Esports is very, very high up.
GOW taking shots at both Reverse Red and Stalwart, taking advantage of the fact that they are pretty much in the circle. But unfortunately, they don't have a defensive compound to work around with, so they have to try to sneak one away from Reverse Red. But they're battling 3 different fights at the same time, so this is not the smartest of idea. RRQ, on the other hand, finding a free opening here, but the range of their guns is just not enough to give them easy eliminations at this point.
Yeah, speaking of eliminations, earlier on the map, I just saw a portal go being used by PE Sports trying to take over GOW, and it seems like it didn't work their way. Don't cry right now. Hopefully he's not crying because he has been damaged and two of their teammates has been taken down, but GOW letting that go. I guess they need to move because a lot of teams have already taken place in those compounds. But don't cry. As well as one more player, Nero, is on the other side. All they have to do is play the survival game, and they might grab the point from this Kalahari.
Yeah, ninja gameplay by PE Sports, just trying to stay as silent as still as possible, not even breathing at that point. But he was Divine, pelted by ice grenades, triple ice grenades, but barely tickling them. And now the glue wall melt is laid out as well, so no easy escape for them. A lot of resources being wasted as they are being hunted down. GOW looking for the reposition. They will be able to do so with the hook gun, even though the elevation on the left-hand side is a little bit too much for them to deal with. Good day. LMG on fire, taken down and out of the equation. Team Falcons now a little wounded.
Wounded indeed, was still going in for the hunt as Heavy has been taken down. RQ above Stalwart Esports, and it's making Stalwart Esports uncomfortable in their position, but Reverse Rendo has been taken down right now. It is starting to get messy right here. Open area, only glue walls and containers in between everyone, and Falcons is trapped into those pillars as GOW is still surviving, and wow, 14 eliminations already.
Yeah, GOW just did a number on Team Falcons, bro. They just melted down all of the defenses and allowed RRQ. Stalwart, he was Divine to get the job done. GOW, what a play. Absolutely torturing their opponents here. But now it looks like their resources are running down. They have to calm down a tad bit. EVOS Divine piling on that pressure. PE Sports from the back. He's just trying to stay as silent as possible. Stalwart will have to move, but they've got that bird's eye advantage against the team of GOW. And look at them being pelted down one after the other by EVOS Divine.
They're just being let go. I mean, Stalwart Esports don't want to mess with there. All they have to do right now is take down those who have been knocked down, and they can grab all the eliminations, and it's just a party. But it will be trouble for them. They might be falling for the wrong person. I mean, for the wrong team right here. There goes a hit. Every time they open up, they will be gunned down.
My God, the recovery is so quick from the side of EVOS Divine. Barros managed to get a knock, and the player from the side of GOW managed to get a knock, but both knocks instantly recovered by EVOS Divine, refusing to give up their spot. And now the circle's going to be the decision maker in terms of all of the chaos that it brings. It's all about the maze of glue walls. Somebody, and I'm sure that somebody is GOW. The monster truck is in there. The ramp up is going to be slow for the speed, but the monster truck's going to be able to drive through all of these glue walls. Issa jumps on out of the monster truck. G'day trying to overwhelm them from the right hand side. They all flank, 3-man strong. Abex leading the charge. Deanne meets him with the Trogon. Now it's GOW trying to counter reverse this charge against the players of EVOS Divine, and out of nowhere comes flying in Stalwart.
Stalwart Esports right now already falling down from above, but also going down. EVOS Divine, only team that has survived with a 4-man strong, and they have been surviving right here on a 3v3. Now, who will be taking this boy? Ray is the one who is still alive, but has been pinned down as well. 1v2. Let's see if G'day would say good day, good afternoon, and good night.
Oh, do you? Just playing with the final end, and Stalwart Esports with the medic booyah towards the very end. Great repositioning on top of the containers. Had the hook gun. You gotta buy a hook gun. The hook gun is available to everyone through the vending machine now, and it's dirt cheap. Okay, $200, and a couple of players opting to not get that. It is just repositioning advantage on Kalahari that you cannot just swipe away from, and Stalwart Esports definitely did not. They knew exactly how important movement on the map of Kalahari was, and the investment got them to a position where they could, of course, count themselves in there for the booyah.
Exactly. I mean, it hasn't changed for Kalahari overall. It's still the position gameplay, as well as how you can take over the high ground to take all those advantage. But from the final 3 teams that we have in that map, if I'm not mistaken, like they had 15, 14 plus points or elimination points overall, and well, it might go down to the wire. We just have to find out who grab a few more in that final circle, and it would be GG's. But that was a tough fight for that the final 3 teams, similar to what we've seen in that Bermuda map.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, this nade by Diamond, it was sick, bro. The curve, I mean, he was so close to the player, and to be able to curve it right above a double glue wall that he anticipated a couple of seconds before is just phenomenal pro plays out there. Yes, it is easy to pull off, but with that kind of pressure, with so many players out there on the battlefield, props to the guy. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they went in for the annihilation of PE Esports, but PE Esports initially was just way too slippery.
Oh yeah, I mean they got away from all those engagement. Even if a few of their players has been taken down, they just went away, kept silent, and then from that final moment, they managed to grab a few more of the placement. But I really love how GOW maintains their placement capability, and they have been doing it overall. So I think there's a huge chance for GOW right now to catch up, and it's showing up, or it might be showing up later in the numbers.
It's not just a luck thing, right? They've managed to get into that final circle, fighting for that booyah twice already, managing to put on decent number of points on the overall leaderboard. GOW might not be in your top 12, but they're not too far away if they can maintain this sort of a consistency for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to hear right now from Stalwart Esports, the one who outsmarted everyone in that map. So let's head over to the interview and listen to that.
Monkey is coming Monkey deal from Stalwart Esports ค่ะ Can you do it
ทำท่า
ทำท่าทำท่า
เอาเดี๋ยวมองกล้องด้วย
3, 2, 1 why you did it look like to monkey อ่ะ
แต่ว่าทำแล้วดูเหมือนลิงอะ
but it's cute นะ
ไม่ใช่ อาจจะคิดเอะไปเอง
อ๋อ
it's not
It's just only my imagination, right? Okay, can you tell us what happened in the last fight?
เล่าให้ฟังหน่อยเมื่อกี้ช็อตสุดท้ายเกิดอะไรขึ้นสถานการณ์เป็นยังไง
คือผมดูวงแล้วว่าวงน่าจะอยู่กับเราเพราะว่าวงมันบีบช้าครับก็เลยสั่งให้เพื่อนบอกว่า ไปโดนวงแล้วรอพันยาครับถ้าไม่ทำเดี๋ยวผมจะด่าเมื่อกี้ผมด่าแล้วด้วยเพราะว่าไปยิงเขาข้างล่างเมื่อกี้
Okay, so after I analyze the situation, I think that the circle will be around us because it's quite like shrink so slow. So that's why I command my team to go down and then left one ก็คือให้เขาลงไปสู้แล้วให้เหลือคนพันยาใช่ปะ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าผมจะได้พันยาสบาย
So I command my team to go down and fight with them and leave me alone so I can use the med kit. I told them like if you not do it, I'm gonna scold you guys.
When you say he is analyze the situation, actually I thought that analyze work is not suit to do.
But that's what he said.
Okay. So you said that it's your idea. So you are the IGL in the team.
เขาบอกว่าเราเป็นคนสั่งมันเป็นไอเดียของเราแสดงว่าเราเป็นลีดเดอร์ของเกมนั้นใช่ไหมแบบเหมือนเป็นคนสั่งเกม
ใช่ครับเป็นคนเชียร์ฮะแล้วลีดเดอร์ไง
เป็นหัวหน้าโอ้ยตาย
Yeah, so he said that he is a captain person that who gonna call the game like tell the team to do or not do.
Okay, so when it's come to you and Caramel, who is the first leader who lead the team?
ถ้าเทียบระหว่างดิวกับคาราเมลใครเป็นคนนำทีมคะ
พี่มิวครับถ้าพี่มิวลงผมก็จะเป็นคนเสริมครับเพราะว่าผมลงเองผมขี้เกียจคิด
It's Caramel because when Caramel join as a team and play with us, I will let Caramel like command everything in the game because I'm lazy to think.
Okay, last thing. I think there are lots of slang words in Thai that's very popular. I think that you will use it in Vietnam also. Can you teach some Thai slang word that very famous right now to other region fans?
สอนคำแสลงสักคำหนึ่งที่แบบค่อนข้างดังในไทยให้กับแฟนๆหน่อยอะให้ชาวต่างชาติ
ของแท้ครับของแท้
ของแท้
ของของที่ so is like
me original
yeah correct like I'm original
so we will say ของแท้
like approve
ใช่ครับสำเนียงต้องได้ด้วยของแท้
แท้not แท้นะของแท้ right Okay hope I think you will say it when you have an interview in Vietnam นะ
ก็หวังว่าจะพูดคำนี้นะถ้าเกิดได้สัมที่เวียดนาม
จะได้บุญญาหรือเปล่าตอนไปเวียดนาม
He said he don't even know that he gonna achieve any booyah in Vietnam
You should say that you gonna get booyah in Vietnam You have to give your fan confidence
ต้องบอกดิว่าเราไปเวียดนามเราจะได้เราต้องบอกว่าทำให้แฟนๆแบบมั่นใจว่าเราจะได้
last thing
ได้ครับได้ลงอ่างหวังอย่างเดียวเลย
Yes I can get in the bathtub
Okay and this is Monkey Team นะคะ from Stalwart Esports จ๊ะBack to you Showcaster
He was like, stop calling me monkey, man. But he did act like a monkey when he jumped all over those containers, just kidding himself towards victory, right? Brilliant play. I mean, he says he's lazy to think, but clearly a lot of thinking was done in that final circle to be able to trust the rest of his team members, send them into battle, and then to rely on himself to clinch the 12 points from placements. 5 eliminations in total. He definitely deserves the MVP of this match through 7 knockdowns, playing the Iris, the M82B, torturing players behind blue walls. That's what Dew does best from afar.
Yeah, monkey see, monkey do. That is what he's doing right now. But again, as a sniper, it's really a usual place for him to be on the high ground. And I'm not surprised why he let the other players from the team to rush down, and then he was left down in there from above. So it's quick thinking. And as you did mention, I mean, he might be lazy, but his instinct is not that lazy overall, because he was able to, or they were able to do that in a fashionable manner, because there's a lot of chaos happening already beneath them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And look at the number of eliminations for a total of 17 from the team of Stalwart, added up with the 12 points for a total of 29 from this game at Kalahari. But of course, Cosq will take away the limelight from Team Falcons. He rides into here with 7 eliminations in total.
Yeah. And as we can see, Dion from GOW also in here with 6 eliminations, tied with G'day from Evo's Divine. And Stalwart Esports, though, I mean, they might not have the highest elimination in this match, but they had 2 representatives right here, just beating all of those with them combined. Now, elimination by Grenade, though, we have Rip right now, but I'm pretty sure this is not the guy that you want to see in this key player, because we've seen one from Reverse Red earlier.
Oh, yeah.
With that elimination. Glue walls used from Iza. That's a lot of defensive power from them. It's just good that they can pull up all those glue walls, survive all those battles, and end up on the top 3 in the final circle.
Whoa, we missed the Woodpecker. We were asking, where is Mr. Woodpecker?
Yeah,
Mr. Woodpecker said, right here I am. And what a comeback. 26 eliminations from afar. Trogon with the 15, Bison with the 10. It was just all about the long-range engagement this time round.
Dude, even from the close range, the Woodpecker was used earlier. I mean, there's a lot of potential for this weapon overall. But speaking of potential, a lot of potential teams who wants to move up is showing up after that game number 4. But Stalwart Esports remain in the top, and I'm not just talking about their position in the map. They are 29 points in total in that Kalahari, followed by GOW though, being third on the placement, but still 15 on elimination with a total of 23.
Radical stuff out of GOW, bro. I mean, come on. This team is not even in top 12 at this point of time, but they are the third best team in eliminations from the day of play. Great stuff from GOW. You can clearly see the hustle is there, the effort is there, but they're still quite far away from the 12th spot. They need to pick up a solid 40 more points to be able to sneak on in. Heavy, on the other hand, is unfortunately faltering quite a little bit, so it's going to take them quite a while to find this top 12, albeit they are over or on top of GOW at the moment.
Yeah, and PE Sports has moved up another spot once again. I mean, currently they have 30 more points to be able to catch up with RRQ Kazu. But we've seen the performance of RRQ Kazu. It's quite that big as well, so it might not be easy for PE Sports. So it's not just about the engagement, the head-to-head engagement, but also the tactical approach that they can use in this game. So it's up to them to really make their way in the final 3. But before we see even more of the battle, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the matches continue.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Free Fire World Series 2024 for Southeast Asia. So far, we've dealt with 4 matches already, and we are up for a 5th and 6th. First day of the final week, we are yet to see who's moving up on top 12. On the caster says, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Musashi AJ, and we're still the voices that you will be hearing all throughout the rest of the matches.
Since you've already watched 5 matches, can you tell me who gets the next booyah?
Let me tell you, it might be PE Sports. I've seen that.
The prediction, right? Nah, I'm not going to take it away from you, man. I think PE Sports has been a team that has been super solid within the day, but unfortunately, this is not their best map. But even if it's not their best map, they already have 2 booyahs here, so there is a potential. But of course, Team Falcons, the team that's desperately trying to run away from Reverse Red, who are now 1 decent game away from them. I think that's going to spur them to, of course, grab the booyah here at Nextera as well. Falcons, maybe getting that number, 1 spot is not possible anymore, but at least 2, right? Even though there's no prize pool to it, there's a little bit of honor there.
Exactly. I mean, especially when there's a lot of tough teams in this, like in our roster right now. If you can move up ahead some of, or if not most of the teams right here, it already takes you so much pride in this match. So, I mean, you might not be able to catch up with the huge lead that one certain team has. At least move up against the one, or move up against the one below you and maintain your position.
Absolutely, man. Of course, the exact flip side of things, Reverse Red is looking for their performance. Reverse Red is looking for that extra 15 points. Reverse Red is looking for the number 2 spot for themselves. But Reverse Red, although quite proficient in picking up points at Nextera, holds no booyahs to their name. But even as I say that, they are the 2nd best Predator on this map. 100 eliminations thus far from just 11 games played. So that's an average of 9 eliminations every single game, which is very decent for a team like Reverse Red out here.
I mean, I think we've shown so much of the elimination capability of Reverse Red already. It's just that survivability towards the end that they are not getting, and the other teams are taking advantage of. But again, it's a good number to have right now in the average elimination, because though it seconds Team Falcons in this map, there's a huge chance that they can bring down Team Falcons and then grab that number 2 spot. It's very, very close right now between these 2 teams, but as well as for those in here on the 2nd page of our standings, PE Sports has moved up on 10th, and won't be surprised if they can get close onto the next spot, if not by the end of the day. But they have to rest because Group A will be sitting it out for tomorrow.
2 more games and GOW is 40 points away from Onyx Olympus. Can they get it done? I mean, GOW has been blowing my mind. GOW has 54 points so far from the day, and 35 of those points came through eliminations. This team is fiery. This team is hot. They are just a booyah away from calling this one of their best days. So I want to see that for themselves. But of course, they have to overcome the best of the best on this map. You've got Team Falcons in here alongside Indostars. Buriram United Esports will not be playing at Nextera since they are in Group C. But as far as Falcons and Indostars are concerned, we already mentioned this. Falcon is looking for their 4th booyah. They are the best ones at Nextera thus far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have managed to survive early drops and as well as hunt down a lot of teams right here. Thus, 131 on the elimination. But not only that, you did mention about the booyahs that have already been taken, so they know how to find the final circle. The only thing that would keep them from doing that is if they end up with a much hungrier team on the early engagement, and they will be taken down. But a lot of survivability tactics, not just from Team Falcons, but a lot of teams just from today. And I won't be surprised if early engagement happened, but we still have the third phase with 12 teams remaining.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the Vietnamese squads are looking for a little bit of a break here as well. Team Flash, they've been absolutely toasted out that day. But even if they were challenged quite a bit, it's not their best, their worst day of performance. They're still doing better than Indostar, still doing better than Heavy as well as Homebois. So that at least should be able to boost up their confidence here a little bit. And of course, speaking of Vietnamese, GOW, like we said, has been doing great. And PE Sports, the best Vietnamese squad out there in performance today. 60 points thus far from the 4 games.
Yeah, I really love the fight that PE Sports is showing right now. Hopefully it continues on for the remaining, from today up until the remaining 2 days that we have in this week. But again, they need to do it right now. Because for those in Group A, it won't be a good run for them, especially for those who will be resting for tomorrow. But for PE Sports, the battle continues after today. They have a good chance tomorrow, and hopefully they are not that team who goes up and down anymore. Just maintain the trajectory of going high and getting this outsmarting those teams who have been ending up on the top 3.
Oh yeah, and of course, you know, in the overall grand scheme of things, you definitely want to be able to aim for that final circle, because that's exactly where, clearly, from the first 4 games, we see all the players are colliding, all the players are reserving all of their energies and utilities that they have collected all throughout the game for a majority of these engagements happening very late on this final week. We are going in 3 circles and we still see 12 teams alive and kicking. That's just insanity, man, because there's just way too many people in there, causes way too much of chaos. I believe it was purgatory at one point where GOW just had like 4 teams just drop by the compound to say hello. Yeah, that kind of chaos. How do you even handle that?
I mean, you just need to be calm, I believe. But if you have a drop in, or one of the players have dropped in a little bit early, and you have a few of those resources, all you have to be is keep calm. Make sure that you have informed your teammates. Communication would be the best factor for a team, because information gameplay comes in from communication. And if you can have one on standby as well in any of the vending machine or probably revival spot, you're already a sure win of coming back if in case you lose the battle. But if not, then you grab a few more points, get all the resources from the falling opponents, and then continue on with the engagements.
Stalwart Esports, they have picked up a booyah for the day already, but still 5 points behind PE Sports. PE Sports has scored a total of 60. Stalwart only has 55. Stalwart's looking to outdo PE by the end of this next game. But I am banking on the Vietnamese side, man. I mean, you know, factually speaking, they have no fight against each other. Stalwart is definitely going to the final week. PE Sports, on the other hand, is tethering on the very edge, because today, of course, they've managed to climb over Onyx and WAG, but tomorrow, WAG and Onyx, they get a chance to play as well. PE will obviously have that opportunity to do something against them, but they have to take as much of that momentum from today to bring into tomorrow. So that basically means they have to perform great today as well.
And that's why I love how Free Fire has brought in their esports scene in different height with the groups rotation. You're giving advantage and disadvantage or balance towards the team, and all they have to do is maintain their consistency. So if you're an off day and it's time for you to play, then you need to make work with what you have, or probably just stay focused and get away from all that happened in the past from the past game. And that's what we're seeing from PE Sports, regardless of their position from the previous weeks of knockout stage. All they are doing right now is maintaining that numbers in terms of elimination as well as placement, and not really think about who's they're catching up, just better themselves every time.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that take, right? And it's all about just focusing on what you can do better out there on the battlefield, because the other teams you cannot control, but your own movements, your rotations, your response to all of those weird situations out there on the battlefield, which obviously is totally randomized game after game. There's just no perfectly reading and planning for a battle royale. You can plan, but the circle will determine exactly what sort of shenanigans it wants to bring in your path. The other teams and their microsecond decision in each and every single game will, of course, tweak the situation that you will have to encounter out there. So it's all about the decision-making capability at those very freaking moments that either decides whether you get into the circle, whether you get the booyah, whether you get taken out in 12. I mean, I think the perfect example that we can pull up here is Stalwart. I mean, with you telling his team members, you guys go take the fight. Obviously, he could have seen there were so many teams, so many players down alive at the very bottom, but still to take the risk to say, okay, you guys go, I will still give us an opportunity to hit the booyah because I assume the circle is going to come this way. Those kinds of calls, you know, booyah kind of calls.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and as well as they won't be here if they don't have like that much game sense, game knowledge, and how it will be turning up. It's just depending on their mental fortitude. So for the case of Stalwart Esports, since we've already dealt with that, like they are not pressured at all on that platform, and they can think a little bit more clearly compared to those at the bottom. There's a lot of chaos happening. There's a lot of decision making happening. A few of distractions coming from Stalwart Esports as well. So it's just that advantage and how they kept themselves calm. So regardless of like if you're working on instinct overall, you will be calm right there because you are not really overthinking stuff. All you have to do is based on the movements of your enemies, based on the movements of your teammates, as well as the play zone, how you are going to react. And going back to what you mentioned, all the thing that you can control is just yourself, and don't just think about how you're going to take down your opponent without over analyzing how or what they'll be doing.
Absolutely, man. And of course, teams like Reverse Red, they are cool, calm, collected. They know that at the end of the day, yes, it's the shenanigans for the second spot that they're trying to play for with the final week of battle, but there's no real repercussions. The real repercussions await them at the very final week when we head on into Point Rush, when we head on into the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. That's where it's all gonna matter. These Thai teams they really don't need to break a sweat at the top.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to grab like the top 5 already, and if in case there's a risk of them losing it, they know how to take it back. So it's just those who are in the middle, and you mentioned that from the beginning of the show already, that the focus would be in the middle for those who's trying to catch up. And again, catching up is what they're doing well. Even for those who have been gunned down and hunted like heavy, they're very, very close to reach that top 12, especially as two teams coming from Group C are not playing right now. So there's a little bit more that they have to do. But speaking of little bit, there's a little bit more of delay happening as well into the game. I think a remake has been done. So we're going to move in onto the match in a few.
Absolutely, man. And of course, remakes are definitely needed. You don't want to be hopping on into a lobby with a couple of players not loading into it just yet, right? Obviously, we want to make sure everybody is geared for battle so that we've got an equal playing field. Speaking of which, let's head on into Nextera and see if or not the flight path is gonna be kind to us, because the previous one definitely gave the teams a little bit of a challenge.
And what's up next in the futuristic map? It is Nextera right now that we're going to see. And like we mentioned, like we asked for, or probably AJ asked for, a very kind flight path. So will that be offered for the team right now? Pretty much it might well be. And as you can see, just straight down in the middle, teams are ready to fly off.
And it's gonna be a super fair one, like you said, Nep. So we don't expect early hot drops, but, you know, RRQ is a team that loves hot drops. And as they hop on into Rustown, it seems like nobody's going to be dropping by to say hello to them, except, of course, Homebois at Zipway. We don't see that R1 scan just yet, so it looks like Homebois are not planning to get cheeky. Farmtopia is going to be taken over by Expand. Every team has a compound of the... Oh, come on, Heavy. You just had to ruin that.
Let's see. We have Homebois right now, as you pointed out earlier, a little bit too close from RRQ Kazu, and they're starting the engagement. Now, we were thinking that they might be letting this go, but this is a little bit too close from the rest of Homebois. Thus, the initiation has happened. Now, for Evo's Divine as well as Heavy, well, they did really change the pace of this game. And Evo's Divine, though, they also made a little bit of adjustment in their roster. A substitution has happened, and hopefully it doesn't translate to them losing this battle.
And Heavy, one quick point for themselves. Jonah's out of the rotation, by the way. And he is replaced by Wui. And it looks like it's just checking out for them instantly. They have the upper hand, but you haven't really won the battle just yet. Let's see how they will deal with this situation in a bit as RRQ goes for a drive around the Homebois. And it looks like Legolas is going to pick himself up. No, he's going to give the point away by the looks of things. AUG in hand, Legolas with the tags. Butterfly, 44 HP. Ooh! And Legolas actually drops him with a headshot. And with Butterfly on the ground, Alif cannot take any unfortunate moves here. Goes out for the tag. He's going to be surrounded. Finds Dance. And Dance goes for the pro, stays alive.
Only a few HP remaining and still managed to survive, but Homebois will be bringing back their HP as well as Butterfly from the death. But we have Luffy right now who will be in trouble. Ma'al trying to go in for the rush, and we've seen how Ma'al really rushes things, goes in for the slay, and there we have it. 2 points down already, but instantaneously recovered and revived in this battle. Back to Zipway would be Pais, and it's a good chance for them to get far away from this battle.
You can thank Susie for that. Faiz was stacked, and he has enough money not to buy Joy, but his friends back for another round of battles as they look for their way into the final circle. Heavy, on the other hand, Heavy firepower sustained by them, being forced to lose 2 players already. Team Flash here to finish off what Esports Divine just could not, but Heavy's there with the backup of Vitan and his money to bring those players right back in here. And Stalwart continues the battle, taking on Team Flash and potentially in a situation to annihilate Yan Bin. But Papi's too far away. He's not going to get caught just yet.
And I was surprised Saifa was able to make that hit with a mini Uzi from afar. And there goes another one. Now, 2 eliminations already being taken by Stalwart Esports. But from the side, we're seeing a shadow of Heavy who might be a little bit too aggressive, though, into the fight. Poppy, though, being gunned down by Hans with a pistol. And with that alone, gives Saifa good information as to where to beat them down. And Hans will be the next target right now. It's a good thing he was able to jump off and get away from the crosshairs.
Team Falcons, on the other hand, going up against RRQ. The eliminations up already, and it looks like Team Falcons are all spread out. And unfortunately, Razor's just not going to be able to sustain. The revival's going to be easy. Mahal! At least he got the revival first.
But on fire, really on fire on that one. I mean, he just waited until Ma'al stopped and just hit him with a headshot. UAV has been released right now to get more information, but I don't think they will be getting that much in this instant. Now, as you can see, Expander will be battling in those stars right now. No points being taken by Expand, and Lean would be the first one to go down for Indo Stars. A little spread out, though, for Indo Stars, giving them more potential of recovery, but X-Roy has been taken out, and Kens goes in for the rush, but will not be finding anyone just yet. Now, there goes Coachil, and instantaneously, once again, recovered and revived.
Yep, Coachil right down below. Kens trying his best to look for his opponent. Sends out the UAV as well. In the meantime, PE Sports doing a number on both Esports Divine and RRQ at the same time. And Esports Divine going up against RRQ now. And this 1v1, unfortunately for RRQ, Esports Divine, what? Should have won that.
Oh my goodness. Turning the tables around, it is just chaos overall, but I love how everyone's showing it. Now, I mean, showing so much aggression in this battle. Nextera is mostly more of a camping ground because of the number of compounds that we can find, but there's no camping ground. All they are doing right now is hunting and taking each of the player down, and X-Roy goes in for the rush. But it is not yet over for the team because we're seeing a few more surrounding them. Even onto the other side, Alif is not safe from the outside. I'm not quite sure though if Alif is the last guy from Homebois.
Well, Luffy just went down, so potentially Alif is the last guy.
Oh, bending. Ooh, and there you have it. That answers his question. The last guy being taken down and Homebois being eliminated. But the battle's not yet over, though. We have Reverse Red and Falcon still in the fight. Sao Ming receiving a damage, but only a few HP, though, outside of the blue. Plus a nade action coming from Cougar will not take him down. Good backup and recovery being done by Boone James onto Sao Ming, and I think they will be able to survive and get away.
Cougar outside of the circle. Woodpecker just putting on a lot of hurt on the opponents. But Reverse Red managing to back away. Has got a monster truck to use as defense, unless of course the truck blows up in your face.
You don't want that happening. I mean, I was afraid that happening earlier as well in 2 maps that it has been brought in, but still fortunate enough, monster truck, you wouldn't call it a monster if it's not that tough enough into the battlefield. But we have a Bara of Evo's Divine slowly moving in onto the next phase of the circle. And we are now about to see if there will be one more team being taken down right now. Stalwart Esports, despite of them not really showing up that much, they have 4 elimination already in this match. So they are just slowly and silently grabbing elimination after elimination. But GOW tactically being on the edge of the circle. This is what they've done so far, and this is what they have made most of the points. And I think it will happen. Oh, Expose goes down in zipline. You don't want that from happening.
Boone James just missed getting taken down by a couple of bullets there. And wasting too much of time for recovery. The rest of them are coming in to get the job finished off. And on the opposite side, Expand closing in on them as well. Coming down. Crime MKS, the Slaughterer. And now this engagement is going to lead Expand directly into the hands of Evo's Divine. 2 back-to-back engagements for Expand. Can they handle the heat?
Oh, it seems like they're handling it very, very well, especially with Faiz on the backup with that snipe. And Crime right now also moving in, but he is receiving a lot of damage. And there you go. They are now the elimination leader with 7 elimination, but it's not yet the end for the other team. There's still a few more survivors coming in from them, and they won't be letting that go that easily. But speaking of letting go, RQ let go of their position earlier, and now being stuck against Team Falcons.
Let's see, with this 5 eliminations, can they run away with this whole house? And Heavy's boy, he just entered and he's being tortured by the players all Stalwart. You managed to bring the revival as well. Stalwart looking for the back-to-back booyah. This may not be their map, but they do have that adrenaline pumping through their veins. Peter from afar drops Razor. The Woodpecker still doing a number on those players out there.
Yeah, I mean, won't be surprised if it will be topping up our weapons once again. Another team has been eliminated. Now, as you can see in those stars, not so much of showing from the early matches, but right now they might be able to team and take down Team Flash, but managed to get away. There goes the knock, and there goes the takedown. Raz and 18 Deer knocked down, eliminated. It's time for Lehman Coachil to run away.
You mean run to the vending machine? This guy is on a mission. 1,600 coins in his hand. The best that he can do is bring the revives back in the house. And Coachil manages to put a full stack of his team members in towards circle number 4 as well. 18 Deer on the way back with an SMG in hand, and Dew with a spicy shot to end the run for GOW.
GOW, I mean, usually they're the ones who are smart enough to get into a better place, but not this time, especially when SDE, Stalwart Esports, is gunning them down. And what a hit once again! Monkey 2, Monkey C, and he sees that, and the only thing that he needs to do is pull the trigger.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, beautiful shots. 2 eliminations, and both of them wonderful eliminations. Esports now right under Team Falcons. Moving away from this compound, looking for that circle too early will show their back to Falcons, and you know the Falcons will strike. Stalwart, on the other hand, pretty comfortable in circle number 4. Not a lot of traveling to be done here.
Let's see if they will be able to move in later, because there's a huge risk involved in there. Even if they have the portal go, can be waited out by the other teams. Expando waiting for the movement by Team Flash and Bin going in on a 1v1. There goes a little bit of flash, but you don't want to knock and just jump in without any backup. Here comes X-Roy, aggressiveness overall, just bringing and raining fire against Team Flash, and they cannot do anything.
Oh yeah, this is the revenge that Expand wants. Expand wants to take Flash out of this equation instantaneously. RRQ on that full revival though. That's a hard reset once again for the Indonesians. But Expand, no matter what they try, they can't seem to flush out Team Flash just yet. Vice from up top does not want to take the very risky maneuver of hopping straight into that second floor, and therefore Expand is going to be waiting this one out. Slowly but surely pushing up towards the top, exposing their heads. This does not seem to be the best course of action here for Expand. Blue wall in their way. Finds Jan Vincent down on the ground. And this now is an opportunity for Expand to overwhelm the players of Team Flash. They do exactly that, boosting each other over the shoulders. And Team Flash running outside the circle. Is it going to be a vending machine play? Answers no. He just hops on into the next safe zone. Team Flash survives the onslaught Expand brought to their doors.
It was a catapult gameplay overall, though, for Team Flash, and they managed to survive, get away from the battle. And let's see if Indo Stars will be able to do the same, because right now, they're also taking the compound, but they will be hunted. They will be gunned down by Stalwart Esports. Team Flash eliminated, and that is thanks to the teams, or the player of Code Shield, Stalwart Esports right now. Elimination leader with 14 eliminations, still inching to get a few more the moment they have a step into that second floor.
Yeah, we talked about the back-to-back booyah. Look, oh my God, Falcons! Really putting the hurt on a couple of teams. RRQ down and out already, all thanks to the final engagement from PE Sports. Falcon, on the other hand, dropping players from afar. Indo Stars facing the exact same rock at the hands of Stalwart as well. Expand moving in from the opposite side. Aim got down. Indo Stars out. And it looks like the team of EVOS Divine might just follow suit.
Now let's see if they will be able to follow as well as get more in this battle, because so far, yes, they have a lot of elimination, but a lot of engagement, or a lot of teams also surrounding them, and it is Team Falcons who might be gunning them down. Crime in cans, dynamic duo overall, trying to get away, turn around and ring around the rosy, and is not yet falling down just yet, but Crime does, and Cans only a few HP, and there you have it. Despite of them battling on a lot of teams, they ended up in 5th.
As long as RRQ's out of the race earlier than Expand's going to be smiling at the very end of this matchup. But PE Sports definitely trying to catch up as well. Reverse Red could put an end to this and help out Team Expand. Question is, does Reverse Red pull the trigger? Stalwart from up top. They've got the vantage point. Exposian Diamond. It's a 4v2. Disadvantage to Reverse Red. Nice grenades going to be sent out first. Don't cry. M1887. Diamond caught! And the drop comes through as well from LBT. Exposi out in the open with the scar in hand, but he's going to get scarred by the rest of the players on the side of PE Sports. Exposi down and out. And there goes the opportunity for Reverse Red as well.
Well, let's see if Reverse Red will be able to come back later on. But right now, PE Sports, I love what I'm seeing right now from this team, but Stalwart Esports might be taking it away from them. We have Team Falcons being targeted, and that is a good plan indeed. If Team Falcons will be gunned down by Stalwart Esports, the information gameplay against PE Sports will be away. But no, Wangan will be taken down, and this is Stalwart Esports not giving way for any mistakes.
Absolutely. And Dew can also put pressure on the Falcon plays from the opposite side, but he chooses to play the pressure against the rest of PE Sports, who the rest of his team members are already engaging with. But now Dew, bird's eye view, look the other side, bro, and now he gives away the information to the rest of his team members as well, uses the portal goes to the opposite side, and Dew with a masterful reposition to give his team the mighty advantage. Blitz to the opposite side, but Team Falcons changing their minds as well, moving towards Dew. This is gonna be a very risky maneuver. Dew out of the equation already. One single mistake, Falcons took advantage.
Yeah, Falcons right now taking advantage of the situation, but PE Esports is getting close to Stalwart Esports, who's already lost one of the players. Now let's see if they will be going down that easily. Falcons right now, 14 eliminations, just going left and right and undecided as to who to take. Cougar right now is also being hit with all those glue walls. Melter, but Stalwart Esports has been pushed towards the Falcons, and this is PE Esports' chance. All they have to do is wait, but Saifa going in for the rush. Let's see who goes down. Oh, LBT goes down, as well as one more, but PE Esports 2v4. Falcons is just taking over 2v3 situation, and it's not yet over.
Yeah, the fourth booyah for Falcons awaits them. One final player from the side of PE Esports, undetected just yet. Narrow on the ground, Narrow bleeds out. Falcon with a booyah, fourth in total for the knockout stage.
And this really shows that Team Falcons is the best out of this group in Nextera. But I really love how PE Esports did. I mean, currently in the 5th, if not 6th, on this map with this Group A and B. They managed to survive a little bit longer, a little bit stronger, and grabbing a few more points. But let's not take it away against Team Falcons. This team has been judged, especially when they have changed their names, grown those wings. But I guess this is time for them to fly high.
Well, they were just sleeping on last week, bro. In fact, the past 2 weeks, they've been sleeping on their opportunities. Buriram managed to extend the lead. The Reverse Red managed to catch up. Team Falcons, of course, felt the heat, and now they just want to fly away with all of the pressure that they can bring in here. And of course, they show us as well that when they do get geared up for the battle, they can definitely take over and they can overwhelm their opponents. Quite a number of eliminations as well to pair with their booyah from this Nextera game.
Yeah, I really love it. The way I'm looking at in terms of numbers and the team's performance, the moment that they are in a risk of losing a spot, that's where they pop off. It's either they go aggressive a little bit too early, or they strategize a little bit more so that they can just get away from the risk of losing a spot. But you did mention there's not really any changes in terms of prize pool, but there's a lot of pride involved being in that top spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Honor and pride, the pride of the team being able to dominate everybody else out there. And of course, they want to prove to themselves as well that they are one of the dominant teams before they get into the final week. Just no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. Yes, they were experimenting. Yes, they had a couple of changes. Yes, they got sidetracked a little bit, but they are back in here on this week to prove that they are the fiery ones. They are one of those that dominate the overall table at the knockout stage. Yes, Falcons may not shine so much because of the disparity of points between them and Buriram United Esports, but we have to acknowledge Falcons are just 5 points away now from 1,000 massive points at the top of the leaderboard in second place.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is like this in this competition. Probably it's because of duration, but this is the highest points that we have seen in total just from the knockout stage. So we still have point rush that will be happening afterwards, and then the grand finals. So there's a lot of points really that is being gathered, and I guess this is record high when you combine them all together.
This is the point marathon. Later, it's going to be the point rush. But of course, we want to hear from the players themselves. Team Falcons, I believe this is their very first interview ever since being acquired. So let's head on over to the host at Thailand to hear exactly what the questions are.
Yay, yay, yay! It's been so long, Naka, since the last time I talked to Team Falcon, but they're already here, Cougars from Team Falcon! Yay! So I want to ask you, Cougar, what do you feel about getting booyah after you get into the team?
รู้สึกยังไงคะกับการที่ทีมเพิ่งได้บูย่าครั้งแรกนับตั้งแต่ 2 อาทิตย์ก่อนอันนี้อาทิตย์ที่ 3 เหมือนแล้วเราเพิ่งได้บูย่าครั้งแรกเนี่ยที่เราเข้าทีมมา
Last week already
ก็รู้สึกว่าได้ช้าเกินไปครับ มันต้องมาไว้แบบนี้ แต่ก็เต็มที่แล้วครับ
I think I achieved booyah like too slow but yeah I did my best
Why it took so long
ทำไมถึงใช้เวลานานกว่าจะได้บูย่าคะ
วันนี้เล่นเข้าใจกันสุดแล้วพี่ แบบว่า คุยกันเคลียร์เวลาไฟอย่างเงี้ย ปกติเราคุยกันแบบว่า นัวเนียไปหมดเลยมันไม่เข้าใจกันอ่ะวันนี้แหละคือแบบคุยกันเคลียร์มากเลยครับ
Today we have really clear communication because usually we always like have problem in communication. Yeah.
Oh, okay. One more said to me that it's because of me as a IGL. He said that he command you guys all the team.
วันมอบอกว่าเป็นเพราะว่าวันเนี้ยวันมอเหมือนเป็นโค้ชของทีมก็สั่งว่าให้เล่นยังไง
ใช่วันนี้วันมอเป็นโค้ชครับแบบว่าสั่งการเล่นอะไรพวกนี้ใช่
ก็เลยได้บุย่า
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับก็เต็มที่อ่ะมันเล่นแบบชิวๆด้วยครับวันนี้
Today we are quite chill and also because one more is our coach today.
No pressure but get booyah. Congratulations. And the last thing I heard that yesterday was one more birthday. Happy birthday. So I want you to again wish him and celebrate something.
เมื่อวานเป็นวันเกิดวันมอค่ะอวยพรวันเกิดให้วันมอหน่อย
ก็สุขสันต์วันเกิดครับวันมอขอให้เพื่อนมีความสุขมากๆแล้วเราจะคว้าแชมป์ไปด้วยกัน
Yay! Happy birthday to one more, my friend. We gonna become a champion together.
I hope you get a champion นะคะ as a one more gift เนาะ for birthday หวังว่าจะได้แชมป์จะได้เป็นของขวัญให้วันมอเนาะ
ใช่
ได้ Okay and now back to you Shoutcaster
There you have it. The interview is over, but I'd like to greet happy birthday as well to one more. You add one more to your years and more years to come.
There you have it. One more booyah as well, maybe. Of course, Team Falcons have picked it up already, and they may be 194 points away from Buriram, but they are one more booyah from a total of 10 in the knockout stage. And of course, that's something that we all want for them. Let's take a look at the stats here as the Russia Cougar walks away with a total of 5 eliminations through 7 knockdowns, rocking the 8-1-4, combined with Awaken Andrew, Jay Beebs, as well as Nairi for that perfect active-passive combo.
Yeah, and Team Falcons, I guess, you did mention this earlier, this is the awakening that Team Falcons is showing compared to the first half of their stay in the knockout stage. So hopefully it continues on, and if it does, especially in performance, it might not be a booyah, but they might be able to grab a few more of those good points and reach 100 for today in total. But this is what that will help them with the eliminations. They have 11 already with a combination of Cougar and Peter, plus an additional 11. Well, plus additional 9, so a total of sorry, I'm being lost. My math is not mathing right now.
20, my friend. 20. It's okay. I've got those days as well. Cyber, 8 eliminations, walking away with the spotlight here on the elimination leaders, followed by Coscu with the 7, Vice MKS, Peter equalizing in the 3rd and 4th with the 6 eliminations, and of course, Stop showing up once again. Pretty much 4 out of 5 players, all from Thailand. That sums up the domination, and exactly which region really loves picking up those elimination points.
Yeah, I'm going to the key players right now. You have Legalot with 5 revived teammates and 18 Deer, 5 times revived. So, well, it's a good thing they're not in the same team. Otherwise, they are just bringing each other back. But one elimination by Grenade coming from Cougar from our Booyah Takers, as well as Stop. Not really snapping, especially when it comes to glue wall with 23 glue walls destroyed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen 25, 28 glue walls made, but 23 glue walls destroyed. This guy is just wrecking everybody's effort out there just for a shot at their squad and those elimination points. We see exactly why. Trogon with the 19 eliminations this time around. No surprises here, as Nextera is definitely a match as well as a map that forces those closer engagements. But Woodpecker used, and you can see the elevation from all of those buildings did drag out the use of this long-range weapon quite a bit.
Yeah, and like we are seeing a lot of M18A7 this time around. I mean, I guess the 180 gameplay is really showing out this much. But speaking of much, there's much of points that has been taken by Team Falcons. Total of 32 with a 20 elimination. Thank you very much once again, AJ, for adding that up for me. And the placement points. And they will be followed by Stalwart Esports with 25 in total. Expand right now, really showing up with 12 elimination and 6 on the placement. They might not have the first, second, or third. At least eliminations will be able to help them catch up. But speaking of catching up, PE Sports, they are now doing well right now. Currently still on the 10, but only 19 points remaining for them or between them against RRQ Kazu.
Of course, we talked about both RRQ and PE catching up with Expand. PE is just a little bit more consistent at their job, and they have now caught up with RRQ. Like you said, 19 points behind them. But Expand, though, managing to keep a little bit of a distance between themselves as well as PE Sports by performing decently as well in that previous matchup. I believe equalizing with the total number of points, a total of 18 that they managed to pull. And as long as Expand can keep up that performance, there's nothing to worry about. That's all they need to do for the remaining matches until we're done with the knockout stages.
Well, that would depend on which map we are going to be brought into game number 6. So we're going to bring in our randomizer to choose for us. Hopefully there's no scams, there's no fakes being happening. A lot of crossovers has been shown even from the previous days, and this might bring some of the heartbeats from the players, especially if they're so proficient in one map alone.
And let's see which is the map that gets the victory. It's not going to be you, bro. Thank you very much to bringing us back to the place where we all get tortured, to the place where the top 3 teams have no booyahs to their name. Team Falcon, RRQ, Reverse Red, they dominate the points here at Purgatory, but none have a booyah to themselves. GOW has 3. They are sitting on the 4th spot, and the last time we hopped on in here, we saw PE Sports sneak it away. We were talking about how the very consistent climb for PE Sports has been phenomenal. Could it continue to climb? Could PE Sports overtake the Indonesians with this match?
I might have called it early, but they did well on Nextera though. But PE Sports, a huge chance for them to grab another Booyah Specialist. They are doing quite well in this day. But on the team or top teams for this match, we still have Buriram United, who's not playing right now. Same goes for Attack All Around, but Team Falcon is on the top. And as you mentioned, 0 on the Booyahs just yet. Will this be the match that can put in that one?
I don't know. I'm hoping that it is not the case, because PE Sports has been on the flow state throughout the whole day, and they have been performing and providing us all of the entertainment we desperately required. One final one for the day. Can PE get it done? Let's hop on in. This is Purgatory, baby. The final map of the final week, but only the first day of the final week.
Neither heaven nor hell. Let's see who will be able to cross over onto the other side as the flight is now about to start. Purgatory it is. Let's see who will be paying the toll in this battle. Now, as we look into the flight path, it might be a little bit too harsh for the team, but no, I got that wrong. It's still quite in the middle. Moat House, though, a little bit too far. And if I'm not mistaken earlier, that was where Reverse Red, or rather Stalwart Esports, might have taken their spot, but not this time around, where there is a lot of risk involved on their travel.
And very early drop here. Indostars, PE Sports, both want to find the skirmish at Ski Lodge. Ooh. And the danger is that Indostars might drop by right after they're done with the Forge loot to pay a visit to both PE and EVOS Divine. Now, how PE can get out of this sticky situation is if EVOS Divine's 2 players who are pretty close to Forge start the skirmish first with Indostars. And it looks like that's not going to be the way, as G'day puts Don't Cry down on the ground, traded out. But there's no elimination just yet here on the day, so one loss here for PE Sports.
Yeah, one loss for the players of PE Sports. Now, that doesn't translate, though, for RRQ Hazo. Despite of Falcons going against them, On Fire has been brought on his way out of the engagement. Not here comes the chase. Homeboys and Heavy. The catch up is still happening and the hunt is still on. The butterfly is on the ground. Hans is being gunned down by Alif, and this is a good plan for them, making sure that they will not be given any leeway, but Luffy will be taken out as well.
Yep, we in action here. Heavy battle against Homeboys. One life has been ripped away already, and Heavy looking to overwhelm Homeboys, but obviously first circle pocket market. It's not going to be too expensive to bring your friends back in here, so no elimination on the squad just yet, but easy points for Heavy to pick up early game.
And this is a good, a good beginning for Heavy, because when I'm looking at it, they only need a few more points to be able to get the top spot and bring down Onyx Olympus. But this is the last game, so they need to increase that a little bit more, give them a little bit of leeway, so that when the game or matches continue for them tomorrow, they are already in there. They have the motivation and not really that much at risk. But Team Falcons not risking anything, despite of them in a hot drop earlier. They managed to pull away and now just traveling towards the next phase. But Evo's Divine right now sees Don't Cry, another takedown. And I guess PE Sports is not doing that well. 2 eliminations already against them, and Evo's Divine is taking over.
Yeah, it's just a sticky situation, Mara. You take the drop at Ski Lodge, it's at the very edge, and it's a hot spot here. 2 Indonesian teams around them just not allowing PE Sports to escape anywhere, but this is that rotation out of Forge, so Indostars, see, unfortunately, Indostars is just not leaving. They are moving towards Ski Lodge. PE Sports going down towards the bottom, and this is just going to bait out EVOS Divine up against Indostars. PE might just be able to get away, but they could also get caught in between. This is still a very, very dangerous situation for PE Sports.
Yeah, I mean, PE Sports really need to be cautious of their surrounding, though it's a good plan for them to really bait in the teams of Evos and then make them battle against Indo Stars. But Indo Stars has split up already just to make sure that they have all bases covered. But speaking of Indo Stars, Stalwart Esports moves in, spotted a few of the players, the 2 players from Indo Stars, and 18 Deer and Coach Hill might be meeting the crosshairs as well as the bullets of Stalwart Esports.
Shots. Stop. Oi! Put shield down. And 18 Deer in a lot of trouble. The Skyless Riptide Rhythm rips away his glue walls, and his life claimed by the players on the side of Stalwart. So 2 free ones for Stalwart as they rotate away, and PE Sports alive and kicking. They're making their way out of Ski Lodge towards Forge, and I think they want to be silencing themselves a little bit here and not really aggressing on fourth, because straight into the hands of Stalwart. But it looks like Stalwart, as they travel towards the opposite side, are not interested in waiting for anybody to approach their compound. They want to go looking for opponents.
Yeah, I mean, let's see on how they'll be able to end up and find their opponents. Similar to what we are seeing from Expand right now. Not quite sure if this is intended for them to find Team Flash, but it is a good way for them to grab a few more points. Team Flash is just waiting it out. They have a compound on them, and X-Roy just making a few more noises. I don't think that is intended to go in for the takedown. Probably bait them in, as the cover will be a lot better on this part of the map. But Expand will be going in for the rotate, making sure that they're not visible on the against the team from the other side. And Stalwart Esports, though, hasn't spotted Indo Stars just yet, so I guess they're hanging back in here on the revival spot to bait in some of the players, and they have spotted a few as well from Homebois. So Butterfly as well as Luffy not looking good for them. They're being gunned down, and Diamond hit them.
And Reverse Red is just going in here for the annihilation. They managed to scan out those players. Reverse Red, 2 players, right on top of the roof, on top of everything else. It's the portal go that instantly gives them the capability to take that backstab position and torture Homeboys out of their safe compound. Luffy, nowhere else left to run here. Grenade being cooked up. The wall melters coming through. Diamond and his Drogon meets them halfway. Easy knockback for Reverse Red to pick up their first 2 points.
Love the positioning, love the approach being done by Reverse Red. I mean, there's not really saving up on the resources. As long as you can confirm elimination, then why not? You can do it and pick up the resources coming from the opponents as they go in. And speaking of go, GOW going in for the hunt for the hit. But on the other side, we have Team Flash hitting one by one. RRQ Kazu Ma'al was able to go in from the other side, but managed to be hit by Rip. And it is RRQ right now who's in trouble. But as you can see, not only are there the ones in the area, but also Team Flash, GOW, and RRQ together with the Heavy might be meeting up in a bit.
Oh my goodness, this is about to get a little bit messy. Flash straight up against Heavy. The all-out Vietnamese hang out here, and Hans from up top. A little bit of an advantage. Checks out his 6 as well. You don't want to be backstabbed in a situation like this. Kabi whips out the grenade launcher and volley. Just 20% of his HP lost, and the portal goal is going to help them very quickly play a retreat.
Yeah, retreat indeed. I mean, tactical retreat. That is a good way indeed. It is not a sign of cowardice. It's a sign that you can fight back later on. The Heavy right now, 5 eliminations in their play. They're doing so much more, but they need to move because the blue will be catching up on them in a bit. Second, going into the third, onto the face of the circle, and still hunting overall is happening. RQ Kaso being spotted. Dots right now might be taken down by Hands in the backstab, but our hands need to get a good position so as not to be spotted by the one across the river, and Dots has been taken down.
We are 8 minutes in, and only 3 players less on the battlefield. From 48, we are down to 45. Once again, man, too many survivors out there. I'm not liking this sort of rhythm. Neptune is going to turn into chaos once again.
Oh, and those stars are really feeling the chaos indeed. But Team Falcons go in for the rush. Coach Hill will not be chilling anymore. He will be frozen as he awaits the revival for the team. Homeboys, though, I mean, they are chilling like a villain right now. But they need to move fast because this might hurt them in a bit. Especially some of the teams have vehicles to work with, and they might be gate kept, especially as we have Reverse Red already beneath them. Now, all they have to do is make a rotation. Expand has been spotted and will be taken down, but with that, Crime will be brought in back.
Yeah, Butterfly up top. Homeboys in a comfortable space, and Reverse Red not rotating into them just yet. They are rotating into Reverse Red. They want to be really careful here with their approach.
Yeah, approaching the battle indeed. I mean, Faiz from Homeboys has done a lot of revivals overall, and though that's not a good that's not a good stats. You talked about it. We talked about it overall, like having your teammates going back every time, but still, he really is a hero right now, being able to bring back the teammates. Diamond going in for the rush, and AVAX will be taken down, eliminated with only a few HP remaining, and Aim God though managed to take down Expo. See from afar, only 2 remains, and Boone James is in trouble, stuck in between the hard place and a rock. And here comes Homeboys, who might be able to beat them down using a portal going in the second floor of the rooftop of this house. But the focus is not beneath them, but across them. That is Evo's Divine.
Yeah, how unfortunate for Evo's Divine that Homeboys show up and ruin their plans. They are now disturbing their absolute motivation to take out Reverse Red.
Goofy right now moving in onto the side. Rotation needs to be fast because they're losing all their HP. Aleph still on the ground. No pickup happening just yet. Boone James just waiting for those above them to move out. But Homeboys is prioritizing in getting into the blue. So I guess it is a good chance for them to go in for rotation, but Evo's Divine has already recovered. Though they are a few fallen, like ABAX, they can bring them back as long as they're safe within the play zone.
Reverse Red thus far with a little bit of a wounded leg as he tries to make the journey into the next circle. Circle 3 not doing them all too good, and Legolas. Bit of more than he could chew here with Diamond, but Diamond, a sliver of health left. Down he goes. The zone just nasty at this point if you take advantage of that.
Well, Diamond and Boone James alternating on revival, but I don't think they would last long. Let's see how much they can do. But on the other side, we are seeing Heavy getting into heavy battles against Team Flash. Now, Hans right now, auto rotate. The tent doesn't stop them from moving in. And there goes Yan Bin and the ground. Poppy might be going down as well, and he does. Hans a little bit too aggressive in this fight. Vitan will be going down next as the revival. The pickup needs to be done for the team of Heavy, but Shin missed, and there goes the hit. Team Flash eliminated in the game.
Yeah, Heavy just getting the job done. On the flip side of things, Expand just watching all of this break down, and they want to torture the players of Heavy now. Woy does manage to turn around with the M1014, take the knock onto the player. X-Roy picked right back up. And this circle's going to hurt quite a little bit, so they have to get this job done real quickly here. Because circle number 3 now turns into circle number 4. And the damage from the blue turns even up higher. But in the meantime, Team Heavy all absolutely annihilated by Expand. And they get to loot off all of those medkit and make their way to the next circle.
Oh, Expand really playing with fire right now. Damage per second DPS coming from the blue is not that easy to deal with, but they managed to do it and going against Heavy as well. But we still have 9 teams remaining, and we're on 4th phase of the circle, though it's only 12 minutes compared to what we it's already 12 minutes. It's similar to what we've seen earlier, but a lot less in terms of teams surviving, and Stalwart Esports doing what they do best, staying quiet in the beginning of the match, and then later on, once they found a good position, that's where they start their elimination. But will they be able to do this time around? Because a lot of teams is already waiting for them to make some noise. And speaking of noise, we have PE Sports cutting down Evo's Divide.
Hey, Evo's Divide doesn't have a chance here, bro. Try to fight against the blue, try to fight against PE Sports. PE Sports, easy pros. Says as they try to annihilate these players. They barely had to do any work. The circle did a majority of it. Just 1-2 pumps. They got the points and they got the free loot as well. Homebois take the lead in 7th as the rest of the players now try to set up their own defensive position in campsite. They're going to come to realize that it is very difficult to find a safe spot.
Oh, no safe spot indeed. As we can see, only trees, nature, and glue walls will be your cover. But as you can see, the Falcons right now already moving up a little bit higher with a ridge for them to work with, as Expand has a little bit of container gameplay for them to hide out. But Barros will not be stopped with any of the barricades. Nero will be gunned down. Portal go for Wang Han to help in, but that is not a good way to go. Being spotted, being gunned down, and Wang Han is first one to leave. And PE Sports is out for the count. Only 14 remain.
And guess what, man? It seems like we still have Expand in it to kick it, and they're not going to allow PE Sports to catch up with them. Not here, not today, not now, not this match for sure. PE Sports has to try again tomorrow, but Expand is taking a nap. On the flip side of this battle that Expand is about to take with GOW, it's going to be Team Falcons meeting Stalwart. This is going to stall their progress for quite a bit. Both of them playing a very dangerous edge towards the blue. Stop goes down. Cosq overwhelms him. Barros with the Bison. Can he survive? Survives long enough. And how is he still alive and kicking?
Barros finally being taken down by On Fire face to face, and here comes Do. Let's see if he can do, and he can chase him out of the blue. And as there goes the spray and pray coming from Do, doesn't make the hit, but Peter jumps in onto the bullet spray, but will be taken down as well by Cosq, and Stalwart Esports loses the final member. Now it's a 3v4v4. Expand and GOW still full squad. X-Roy trying to survive the battle as well as the chaos being brought in by DPS of the blue, and GOW and Expand battle continues. Falcon might be able to take advantage.
Fires already sees On Fire approaching from the back. Hammy to be in the hands of On Fire, so this is going to be a little bit troublesome to deal with. Those glue walls are not going to make a huge difference for this sharpshooter. But the end now, flanking around from the right-hand side, putting pressure onto Cosq himself, so Cosq cannot assist the rest of the players on the side of Team Falcons. Therefore, Team Falcons now, they are even more overwhelmed with the sheer number that Expand and GOW are providing from both the left and right-hand side. The best thing Falcon can do is fall back and group up and fight this together as a squad, and they try to do that exactly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they can pull back on the other side, release a portal, go to get in a little bit behind or above those containers to give an element of surprise. But Team Falcons with 3 players, they don't want to risk it. They don't want to go in on a battle that they might be losing at this point. As you can see, a portal go has already been released right now. It's up to GOW to make a step, and Expand right now is just going in for the flank. No one wants to head into the middle just right now, and X-Roy just leading the flank, leading the rush against Falcons. It proves to be a much easier battle because they're just going against 3, but Crime will be feeling that, as well as X-Roy. You don't want to go against Team Falcon, especially in this map. Let's see if they can survive.
Yeah, and GOW taking advantage of this onslaught by Team Falcons from the right. They attack Expand from the back, but Kens manages to reverse the situation up against the end. Kens himself, unfortunately, cannot sustain anymore. Faiz backs away, a barricade of glue walls around them. Falcon try to break down all of those glue walls one after the other. Faiz breaks out, tries to take down Cougar. Unfortunate for him, he gets snuffed out. Falcon versus GOW now in a 3v3. GOW going for their massive booyah in this final game, but unfortunately for Isa, he falters first. Goscu turns around, 13th elimination in hand already. GOW surviving with just 2.
2v3 situation, and let's see, Falcons will be able to fly high once again for the back-to-back. Now, as you can see, Cosq goes in for the hit, rips one out, and there goes Team Falcons for the booyah, and the first booyah for Purgatory overall.
Absolutely solid performance for Team Falcons, not just from this match, from the whole day. Already 1 booyah in hand, the second one for them on top of everything else. Back to back, we see them rise to the occasion, above 100 points for sure, as we last checked in with them when they were at 96 from today. Massive improvement from the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, and with that, they will be crossing the 1,000 point mark, going in, maintaining their position in second place. I guess, I couldn't take it away that if there's a risk of you losing a spot, despite of not really mattering in terms of prize pool, you don't want that to happen. We've seen that from Falcons, we've seen that from Expand, and we've seen that overall with the other teams, especially for those playing today. But how will it end up for tomorrow, when Group A will be resting, and then Group B or Group C will be introduced back into the battle for this week?
Absolutely, man. I mean, you saw the effort out of all of these players, Neptune, but towards the end, Thailand reigned supreme. At the end of the day, we know that they were pretty much hustling, but we saw a lot of highlight moments from RRQ, from BE Sports, but then Reverse Red sneaked away a booyah, Stalwart sneaked away a booyah, Falcon hit that double, and at the end of the day of the overall leaderboard for day number 16, it is stacked with 3 Thai teams at the very top with their best performance. I guess some things just don't change.
Yeah, some things really don't change. It might show a little bit, but not really entirely changing. But Stalwart Esports, I mean, they lost their capability in this matter because of the position they've taken in that match. And GOW right now, I mean, then it was a 3v3, but they lost all the advantage, especially with the pressure that has been brought in by Expand. And there you have it, the final match for day number 1 of the last week. It's getting too exciting, AJ, because a lot of changes, a lot of fire coming from the teams.
Yeah, of course, you know, we may have not been able to see a PE Sports booyah here, but our storyline still was very well highlighted today, right? We were taking a look at mainly 3 teams. In the head-to-head, we took a look at RRQ as well as Expand. RRQ managed to catch up, but Expand still managed to pull away towards the very end. But of course, before we wrap up the day, we still need to get the interview out of the boys. Once again, Team Falcons.
It's a little bit hot in here because this is on fire! Yay! Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you excited because you get the booyah today?
ตื่นเต้นไหม
ไม่
ตื่น
ครั
เต้
บ
นเหรอเราได้ตั้ง2บูย่านะ
ไม่ตื่นเต้นเท่าไหร่ครับ
not excited.
Why it came out like this? Because you didn't get แบบว่า booyah for a long time, but this is like the last week, but you get double booyah today.
เราไม่ได้บูย่ามาตั้ง2 อาทิตย์แล้วตอนนี้เรากลับมาแล้วเราได้ตั้ง2 บูย่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นคะ
แต่ว่าผมจับสไนป์ยิงหมดเลยครับ
Because I take a role as a sniper for the team.
So we will not see one more with snipe anymore, right?
เราจะไม่ได้เห็นวันมอเล่นสไนแล้วใช่ไหม
ไม่ครับแบบวันมอส่งผมมา
So one more taught him and sent him to this game.
เป็นแบบ appetize. Okay. So I heard that you can speak Vietnamese. Can you show us?
เราพูดเวียดนามได้ใช่เปล่าพูดเลย
ซินจ่าวกักบาไฮโกโหชอจึงเหมือนเงี้ย
แปลว่าอะไรคะ
ไม่รู้
He doesn't know how to translate it.
Okay. So he can only speak but doesn't know the meaning of that sentence.
I'm not sure what it means, but it should be like, hello everybody, please support us, especially me. แปลว่าสวัสดีครับทุกคนอย่าลืมเชียร์ทีมผมนะครับโดยเฉพาะผม
Okay. So anything you want to say to your fans?
แล้วมีอย่างอื่นที่อยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ฝากติดตามทีมฟอลคอนด้วยนะครับ
Please follow Team Falcon แค่นี้เหรอ
ครับ
Just that.
Okay. So good luck นะคะ for the next day on Sunday, right? โอเคเดี๋ยวกลับมาอีกทีก็ตอนวันอาทิตย์เนาะขอให้โชคดีนะคะ Okay, and now back to you, Shoutcaster.
There's no amount of money you can pay me to say something in front of the camera in a language I do not understand. Okay, I have been pranked too many times, Neptune. You know this for a fact.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm going to say sorry for that already. But I guess like
it force me to say things in a language I don't understand, man.
There's a lot of risk really for that. There's a lot of risk really involved.
Yeah.
But I guess as a rusher, On-Fire really is taking a lot of risk. So not even just not only off game, but also in the game. 5 elimination, 29-70 on the damage, and 10 on the headshot, even beating the knockdowns that he has made. And that's really an On-Fire gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, headshots with the Trogon hurt a little bit extra, so you better watch out whenever this guy shows up. But of course, the rest of his team members surely do know how to pick up those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Koskyu will be in there back to his old ways of keeping the engagement a close quarter. Even Cougar has shown so much potential, especially with the AE-124 in hand. Now, a total of a lot of elimination. I mean, that is 15 eliminations already, plus an additional 12 points for them. And that can bring their points, or has brought their points already, crossing over the 1,000 mark. Though it's still quite far from Bermuda United Esports. At least they maintained a lead against Reverse Red, not letting go of that second spot. But we are seeing 2 spots from Team Falcons right here, On-Fire and Cougar in terms of elimination. Those who follows them really did a lot well. Aim God from the early parts of that Purgatory or match number 6, as well as Do from the long range of sniper shot, and Hands as well on some of the early engagement that we've seen earlier, even on Trogon.
Absolutely, man. And of course, all of these players putting on a show for us, but we cannot finish the game without the key players highlight. Eliminations by Grenade, Don't Cry makes it up. And of course, Grenade Use Crime MKS wishes he could have gotten a couple of eliminations through that. Cypher with the 19 glue walls, and RIP just saying RIP to all of the glue walls he annihilated.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm really happy that Crime has shown up as a key player, not just once, not just twice, I think so many times, and that only shows that Expand really has shown a lot of improvement overall, especially as a lot is in their risk for this last week. But Woodpecker still in the lead, still on the top 3, followed by Trogon, in there to like taken out of the pictures. The M1887, we have the Bison back in play.
Absolutely, the Bison's back in play, but the Woodpecker, I mean, we missed it for the first 3 games, and then the last 3 games, it was like, I'm back, baby. All with those long-range engagements, and Team Falcon definitely shining with that. We saw how the conversation between Mudmore on fire went with those snipes. He's been thought he's taken over the torch, and he seems to be doing pretty well with all of those shots. But Stalwart also, once again, pulling in 11 eliminations, getting to the final circle for a total of 18 points. And Expand, we highlighted them enough to encourage them to not mess it up. And they were like, okay. We got to get back into rhythm. 3 games in a row. They give us exactly what we want. And they also put the distance between themselves as well as the Indonesians, RRQ.
I love how it's turning out for Team Falcons right now. Now, when we look at historically, this is the second best total points they have in a day. But in terms of elimination, this is the best day that they have in elimination. So I guess they're getting the groove right now, and still, as I mentioned earlier, crossing that 1,000 mark, maintaining their lead against Reverse Red. Well, I want to focus more on those on the second page. PE, though they weren't able to cross over the 9th spot because of being taken down with not that much in that battle, but GOW moved a little bit closer against Heavy, as well as Heavy has only a few more points against Onyx Olympus that can be settled by tomorrow.
And Dew slowly climbs the leaderboard for the MVPs as well, alongside Diamond, but it's going to take him a while to match up against Buriram. Although there's just one involved here, we know the number of booyahs Buriram usually pull off to absolutely wreck their opponent. So there could be a shocker, but tomorrow Buriram is back in action. And when Buriram is in action, it just makes the job a little bit more difficult for the other teams.
Unless they plan to slip a game once again, similar to what we've seen the other weeks. Yeah. But it's like they're just playing around this time. They have leeway. They have a good chance to play around because they have been maintaining the top spot, taking the huge lead against the team. We're going to meet them by tomorrow. Once again, we'd like to thank everyone who has been in here. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, together with Mustachio AJ. We're going to see you in the next matches.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?